Sardis stood in western Anatolia between about 630 and 550 BCE. The city lay near the Pactolus and the Hermus rivers and watched the trade roads closely. Workshops, markets, shrines, and the palace shared this ground with fields and gardens. In these years, people in Sardis began to use stamped metal pieces as payment. The custom formed slowly through work by craftsmen and officials. Water moved beyond the walls with a steady sound as day ended. Small forges warmed workrooms. Low light showed tools on benches, baskets on shelves, and scales near ledgers. The new payment system grew from local metal. The Pactolus River carried electrum, a natural gold-silver alloy. Workers gathered sand from shallows and bars and washed it in shallow trays. Heavier grains stayed while lighter grains slid away with the current. The same team then dried the heavy sand and sorted the bright pieces by sight and feel. Some pieces looked pale, others deeper yellow, due to the gold and silver mix. Cool water ran over gravel, and wood trays creaked softly in careful hands. The task repeated many times each week. Before coins, traders measured metal by weight for most payments. They used balances with two pans and kept sets of marked stones. Buyers and sellers cut metal pieces from bars or reused fragments from earlier deals. Every change in weight required a new look at the beam. The process worked, but it took time at each step. It also asked for trust in both the scale and the pieces being weighed. In Sardis, this older method stayed in use while the stamped pieces spread. The two systems overlapped during the early 6th century BCE. Royal power and city staff guided the change. Officials kept master weights in secure rooms for checking local standards. Scribes stored records on wooden tablets coated with wax and sometimes on clay. They listed weights issued to workshops and payments gathered at gates. When rulers changed, these records helped keep steady practice. Inspectors compared market scales to master sets at intervals. The rooms for these tasks felt cool and still. Cedar boxes protected tools and weights from damp air. Pages turned with a dry sound, and reed styluses made small scratches on wax. Metalwork supported the new pieces. Each mint workshop used a furnace, a crucible, a clay or stone cup for melting metal, tongs, and an anvil. Bellows added air to the fire to raise the heat. Workers crushed and sifted the gathered metal and removed stones and grit. They placed clean electrum in the crucible and set it in the hot zone. As the metal softened, a worker skimmed dark residue from the top. The melt poured into small molds and cooled into short bars or thin cakes for later steps. The furnace gave a low hiss when bellows paused. The metal bars then became blanks shaped for striking. A worker reheated a bar and clipped pieces with shears. Another worker rounded each piece on a smooth stone or with light hammer taps. A blank disc for coinage is called a flan, a blank metal disc. The goal was simple: a steady thickness and a weight near the target unit. Shallow charcoal trays held warm flans ready for stamping. Nearby, a water bowl hissed when hot tools touched it. The room smelled of charcoal, damp clay, and oil used on hinges and shears. Images and numbers required hard tools made in advance. Specialists engraved a die, a metal stamp with a design cut into its face, and prepared a matching punch, a solid tool that pressed the metal into the die. The die rested in a block fixed to the anvil. The punch met the flan from above. Engravers used small chisels, files, and a fine abrading stone. They kept the lines simple so the mark stayed clear after many blows. A rasp made a faint whisper as it shaped steel. Oil lamps burned with steady, low light over the bench. Striking followed a set order that reduced errors. A worker warmed a flan so the metal moved without cracking. He set the flan on the lower die and aligned it by habit. Another worker placed the punch and struck it with a hammer. The blow pushed the metal into the die and left a shallow mark of the design. The team checked thickness and weight with a small scale nearby. If a flan missed the target weight, it returned to the scrap jar for remelting. Hammer blows landed with a steady rhythm and little talk. A clear unit helped markets read value at a glance. In Lydia, the main piece was the stater, a standard coin about 14 grams, roughly 1 tablespoon of water by mass. Fractions supported common purchases. Half staters and smaller cuts met daily needs in food, oil, and cloth. Workshops kept trays labeled for each size. Scribes recorded the numbers by unit rather than by weight in many lists. When the trays filled, staff tied stacks with thin cord for transport and storage. The cords left faint impressions on the soft wood slats. Metal quality mattered, but it was not yet a fixed number. Electrum varied in gold and silver content from place to place. Users knew that the stamp represented a guarantee by the issuing power. The mark told the buyer that the piece met the expected weight and type. Some testing still took place. A clerk might scratch a small edge to see the inner metal. When silver content was high, color looked pale. When gold content was high, color looked deeper yellow. The practice balanced weight, appearance, and issuer trust. Sardis produced issues with a lion type under royal authority. The image was simple and strong for quick reading in low light. It linked each piece to the court and to the mint practice that stood behind it. On the opposite side, deep square punches showed where the metal filled the die. These square marks came from the force of the blow and the shape of the tools. Over time, punches wore and changed slightly. Inspectors removed tired tools and replaced them with fresh ones. The change kept edges clean and lines steady. Counting replaced much of the older weighing routine in the city. Shopkeepers grouped coins in 5s or 10s for quick exchange. Balances stayed on counters, but their role grew smaller for common items. Larger payments still used scales and sometimes mixed methods. A buyer paid partly in staters and partly in weighed bars, depending on what he carried. Scribes noted totals in numbers first and weight second. Wooden counters on cords clicked softly during counting. Coin stacks slid across smooth boards with a dry sound and left faint arcs of dust. The palace used the new system for taxes and wages. Road crews, guard posts, and stable workers received counted coin at set times. Gate teams delivered intake to storerooms where staff sorted it by unit. Receipts recorded amounts, dates, and responsible names. This regular flow supported food stores, fuel purchases, and repairs in public spaces. When coin intake fell, the palace shifted goods from storage to cover gaps. An ordered schedule kept the city working. Baskets rustled as they moved along benches. Wax tablets cooled and hardened on shelves after notes were finished. Shrines also adapted to the change in payment. Offerings once listed by weight now appeared as numbers of pieces. Priests recorded coin counts and used them for oil, grain, and light maintenance. They kept some older forms for special gifts, yet daily needs moved to coin. Boxes with narrow slots lined small rooms. Assistants opened them on set days and poured out the contents. The pieces made a soft clink on smooth boards. Lamps burned with steady low flames during the tally. The space stayed quiet, and the task felt plain and careful. Market life in Sardis adjusted at a measured pace. Caravan drivers brought goods from inland valleys and left with counted coin. Pouches grew standard shapes that fit common amounts. Straps creaked when loads settled on shoulders after a sale. Bakers, oil dealers, and wool sellers favored small fractions for daily trade. Metal weight on the belt changed through the day as coins moved out and others came in. At closing, stalls tied cloth covers over trays. Faint heat from nearby forges lingered in the air after sunset. Mint staff kept tools and rooms in working order. Bellows leather needed oil and stitching. Dies required hardening and careful storage. Anvils sat firm on blocks that kept them stable. A record board listed tool checks by day and month. A small chest held masterpieces used to test new runs. When a lot passed checks, the chest closed with a wooden click. Workers stamped their own tallies on tags made of clay or lead. These tags followed the bundles to storerooms and then to office counters. Communication among cities supported wider acceptance. Officials in neighboring towns compared weights to the Sardian standard. They adjusted local scales and marked new reference stones. Traders liked clear matches because matches reduced loss at exchange. Coastal towns saw traffic from many regions and needed simple rules. Harbor crews used cranes and slips to land goods and record fees. Coin counted faster than cutting and weighing small bars. Water at the quayside lapped against stone. Ropes rubbed softly as hulls rose and fell on evening swells. Scholars suggest that electrum coins in Sardis began under Alyattes and continued into the reign of Croesus. The dates sit in the early to mid-6th century BCE. As practice matured, some places later moved to coins made from separate gold and silver. That later step reduced confusion about metal mix in large payments. In this earlier stage, Sardis showed how a mark, a weight, and a process could stand together. The habit of stamping and counting formed through routine work, not sudden change. The city adjusted task by task. Surviving objects show the steps clearly. Early staters keep clear marks of the die and punch. Some show small cracks from striking when the flan cooled too much. Others show wear smoothing the high points of the lion type. Hoards found in western Anatolia tell how people stored value in jars or buried bundles. A die fragment from a workshop confirms tool shapes and steel quality. Scales and weights from the region match the expected units. Museum cases display these objects in quiet rooms with even light. The sensory world of this change stayed plain and steady. Furnace heat rose and fell with the bellows cycle. Hammer strokes followed measured patterns to avoid tool damage. Coins cooling in water made small, sharp sounds. Ledger pages turned with a dry, even rustle. Feet moved along packed earth floors and smoothed the surface with time. River noise carried through open doors on still nights. Oil lamps burned with small, fixed flames and left a faint scent. The workday ended when the last trays were covered and moved to storage. Many roles supported the system. Gatherers worked the riverbeds. Smelters controlled heat and time in front of the furnace. Engravers shaped dies and repaired worn faces. Strikers handled the rhythm of blows and quick checks of alignment. Inspectors weighed samples and kept notes. Scribes copied totals into longer lists and sealed tablets for later review. Guards watched storerooms and moved sealed bundles to offices. Each role had a clear set of tools and markers. Small changes in any part showed up on the coin face or in the ledger. Maps and distances also mattered. Sardis linked inland plains to coastal routes within a few days' travel. Measured units needed to match across that space or trade slowed. Road markers and bridges kept loads moving. Inns kept fodder and fuel at set stops. Coin allowed a driver to pay quickly and move on. When a balance failed, someone with a correct set of stones could recalibrate. The whole region learned the new habit by repeated contact. The key features were the mark, the weight, and the trusted source. Over time, the mint built routines that reduced variation. Toolmakers logged how long a die lasted under normal use. Furnace teams kept simple charts of charcoal use by batch size. Strikers rotated to prevent errors late in a shift. Inspectors checked random samples from each tray. Records recorded small corrections in weight targets when tools changed. The notes were short and practical. Simple lines tied steps together. Metal in, blanks formed, pieces struck, counts verified, bundles sealed, totals entered. The flow stayed steady across seasons. Sardis did not end older forms at once. Weighed bars still paid for some large shipments and building work. Foreign coins also appeared and moved side by side with local issues. Exchanges happened at stable rates kept by practice and posted lists. A room at the market handled these tasks and helped with disputes. The lists used round numbers when exactness was not needed. The process favored calm entry and calm exit. The goal was less time haggling and more time moving goods where they were needed. The first Lydian coins did not invent payment, but they altered how payment felt and moved. Value could be seen in a number and a mark as well as in weight. People learned to sort by look and by unit before reaching for the scale. The city learned to count sound as well as mass. The soft clink of a stack, the dry slide of a tray, the tap of a stamp on a tag. The change stood on tools, rooms, and records. Its growth followed the steady pace of ordinary work in Sardis. The Pactolus flowed beside Sardis in western Anatolia during the 7th and 6th centuries BCE. Its water crossed gravel bars, side channels, and quiet pools before meeting the wider Hermus. In these places the river laid down sand that held electrum, a natural gold-silver alloy. Workers learned which bends kept fresh deposits after storms and spring melt. They returned to the same bars through the year, adjusting to depth and current. The sound stayed low when the water was calm. Pebbles clicked softly as the flow shifted and slowed. Access points mattered for safe and steady work. Shallow bars allowed simple scooping without heavy gear or ropes. Side channels made good washing spots because they drained slowly and cleared silt. A stake line marked safe edges where the base dropped off. Tools waited on higher ground. Shovels with wooden shafts, broad baskets and shallow trays. A few sleds hauled loads over short distances. Pack animals stood under light shade between trips. Cool air rose from the water, and the ground felt firm under bare gravel. The toolkit stayed simple and reliable. The core item was a washing tray, a shallow, wide wooden pan. Workers also used woven sieves to separate larger stones from useful sand. A straight pole served as a probe for depth and footing. A small rake loosened packed layers without lifting too much water. Some crews built a sluice, a low, shallow channel lined with wood where water flowed gently to wash larger volumes. Each tool had a repair plan. Spare bindings, pegs, and cord waited in a basket. Tool checks happened at daybreak. Work began with controlled gathering. A shovel moved mixed sand and small stones into a sieve. Hands shook the sieve with even motion so water carried light silt away. Coarse stones went back to the bar, leaving cleaner sand in the tray. The tray then entered the water at a low angle. The worker swirled the mix in a slow circle, keeping the rim just above the surface. Lighter grains lifted and spilled over the edge. Heavier grains settled against the lower lip. The river made a soft hiss as the swirl repeated. Rhythm guided separation. 3 or 4 turns loosened the mix. A slight tilt sent light sand over the rim. Another set of turns packed heavy grains in the corner of the tray. The worker paused, checked color, and continued. Bright flecks grew more visible as the load thinned. Dark, heavy sand stayed with the flecks because it weighed more than river silt. This black sand often held iron minerals. The tray creaked a little as hands kept the motion steady. Water dripped in short lines back to the river. Screens reduced waste and protected hands. Woven reed mats acted as a first pass for larger stones. A finer sieve caught shells and root fragments. The remaining mix entered the tray with fewer obstacles. Some crews added a ribbed insert to the tray to catch heavier grains. Others lined a small frame with coarse cloth to hold the concentrate. The cloth solution worked well in slower water. It held fine particles that trays might lose. Cloth rang with a wet slap when lifted for draining. Sun and air finished the drying. Sorting by sight and touch followed washing. Electrum showed a range of colors, from pale yellow to deeper yellow. The range came from the gold and silver mix inside each grain. Larger flakes looked bright and drew attention quickly. Smaller flecks needed slow inspection on a flat board. Workers used a small wooden spatula to move grains apart. Some shops kept a touchstone, a dark, fine-grained stone used to rub metal for inspection, for later steps. At the river, basic sorting by color and size was enough for transport. Bagging and carrying came next. Concentrate moved into small, tight-woven bags that resisted leaks. Each bag held a steady load that one person could carry without strain. A full basket might reach about 10 kilograms, around 20 pounds, for short moves. Tags went with the bags. The tags were little clay pieces marked with the day and crew sign. A simple cord fastened each tag to its bag. When a basket filled, 2 people shared the carry to the staging area. Footsteps pressed a clear path into damp gravel. Staging areas stood above flood level on packed ground. Strips of reed mat covered the surface to keep grit out of bags. A wooden frame held a tally board. A wax tablet sat on a small shelf with a reed stylus. The tablet recorded crew lines, bag counts, and short remarks about water level or equipment. A guard post watched the pile while crews returned to the river. The scene stayed quiet except for water, footsteps, and low tool sounds. Breeze passed over wet stone and carried a clean smell. Some days called for volume rather than precision. Crews then set a sluice to handle steady washing without many pauses. Boards rested on stones with a gentle drop so water moved slowly. The top section took the raw mix. Ribs and small mat strips along the floor caught heavy material. The tail end spilled lighter sand back to the river. A worker raked the top to keep flow even and remove sticks. Another worker cleaned the ribs at intervals and bagged the concentrate. Water made a low, even rush along the channel. Other days favored fine work at the tray edge. Low river, clear light, and stable footing allowed careful recovery of small flecks. This work moved slowly, but reduced loss. Skilled hands turned the tray with less motion and more stops. The half-tilt held heavy grains while thin clouds of silt drifted away. A finger traced the lower rim to gather the concentrate into a tight line. The line then slid onto a cloth square for drip drying. The cloth darkened as it took water and then lightened as it dried. Weather shaped the schedule through the year. Spring melt raised water and brought fresh sand to predictable bends. Early summer often gave the best clarity for washing. Late summer lowered depth and exposed new bars, but also warmed the water. Autumn storms cut new channels and reset familiar places. Winter reduced hours and called for thicker clothing and faster drying near small fires. The routine adapted without drama. The goal stayed constant. Gather clean concentrate in safe conditions. River sounds shifted with season but stayed steady at close range. Transport to Sardis followed simple routes. Pack animals crossed the firmest fords or used shallow bridges. Loads were balanced with matched baskets on a wooden frame. Lighter bags filled the frame edges to prevent sway. A lead walker set the pace, with a second walker checking straps. Rest stops used flat stones near shade. In the city, the bags entered workshops by a side door. A tally at entry matched the river notes. The match kept loss low and made payments clear. Leather creaked softly as straps loosened. Inside the workshop, river concentrate met controlled heat. The bags emptied onto drying trays close to a small hearth. A worker stirred the pile with a wooden rod to drive off damp. When dry, the mix passed across a magnet to remove some iron sand. The remaining bright fragments then moved to a fine sieve for one more sort. A scale checked sample weights for yield estimates. These numbers helped plan charcoal use and furnace time. The hearth made a low, regular sound as air moved through coals. Crews and roles were defined and recorded. A gatherer moved raw sand to sieves. A washer controlled trays or the sluice. A sorter managed cloths and boards for visual checks. A carrier handled baskets and tags. A scribe copied counts onto tablets and then into longer logs. An overseer confirmed tool checks and watched for safe footing. Short training notes hung in the shelter near the tally board. The notes covered handle repairs, rib spacing, and bag sealing. Simple lines and sketches kept instructions clear. Safety rules aimed at stable work rather than speed. Stake lines kept people from sudden drop-offs. No one worked alone in fast water. Tools stayed above the work line when not in use. Shifts paused often enough for warmth and steady hands. Heat was modest in cool seasons. A brazier stood under a canopy with open sides. Quick warming prevented cold stress without drying the trays too much. The area remained clean, with stone spoil piles marked clearly. The water surface stayed free of floating debris. Quality checks reduced later waste at the furnace. Each basket received a short rating based on color and density. The rating decided its place in the smelting order. Higher ratings went first to keep metal flow even. Lower ratings followed when time allowed. The selector marked a simple sign on the tag, a line for high, a dot for lower. The wax tablet repeated the sign next to the bag count. This small control saved fuel and reduced remelting. The board surface showed shallow grooves from many entries. Records noted the pactolus, bisection and bend. Simple names helped crews return to productive spots. A bend might be upper fork bar, while a side channel might be east inlet shelf. The names remained plain and short. When a place shifted after a storm, the log added a remark. The remark stayed for that season and then cleared. This habit formed a local memory that kept yield steady. The log's wooden cover smelled faintly of cedar. The reed stylus left fine crumbs of wax near the hinge. Local knowledge included signs of new deposits. Fresh wood buried in sand meant a recent load from upstream. Pale sand over dark sand marked a change in force and source. A thicker band of black sand suggested higher heavy mineral content. When these signs appeared together, crews scheduled extra time for that spot. They also spaced work to prevent trench collapse. The pattern kept bars stable and reduced rework. Pebbles rolled softly as sections were opened and closed along the day. The river supplied more than metal. Pots filled with clear water for drinking and washing tools. Smooth stones served as temporary anvils for bending sieve frames. Reed stands provided repair material for mats and screens. Small fish moved in shallow pools, but did not affect work. The setting stayed practical and close to plain needs. When the sun dropped, shadows lengthened across flat stones. Air cooled, and mist sometimes formed over slow water. The sound of flow settled to a constant low note. Electrum from the Pactolus varied in gold and silver across places and days. Workers understood this without numbers. A paler line in the tray often meant more silver. A deeper yellow usually meant more gold. This variation shaped later steps in the workshop. The first melt combined many bags to even out the mix. Even flow supported regular weights for blanks and stable striking later. The rivers mixed metal, therefore fit the city's new mint habit. The path ran from bar to tray to bag to hearth. Finds across western Anatolia support this picture. Washing trays, woven screens, and simple sluice parts match known methods. Clay tags with short marks have been found near old work sites. Hoard jars and mint debris in Sardis connect river collection to city smelting. Scholars place the main phase between about 630 and 550 BCE. The evidence forms a steady chain of steps rather than a single event. Each step is visible in tools, traces, and records. The chain began in cool, moving water outside the walls. Night work happened only when levels and light allowed calm conditions. Lanterns stood on higher stones, not near the flow. Bag counts shrank after dusk to reduce slips and errors. The soundscape grew simpler: water, footsteps, and the faint click of pebbles. Stars reflected in shallow pools when the surface stilled. The crew closed the day by covering tools and lifting baskets to the staging area. A final note went onto the tablet. The river remained in place, with slow movement and even breath. Back in Sardis, the same day's concentrate met the first heat. A crucible, a clay cup used to melt metal, stood ready inside a small furnace. Charcoal was measured by scoop to reach the planned temperature. A bellows crew kept air moving with steady strokes. The crucible received the dried concentrate in small charges to avoid spills. Slag formed on top and was skimmed away with a rod. A pale glow showed through the furnace mouth. The sound was a soft hiss as air met flame and hot clay. The metal path depended on simple order. First came gathering and washing. Next came drying and sorting. Then came bagging, tagging, and transport. After that, drying again, cleaning and smelting. Each stage reduced loss and saved fuel later. Each record tied a basket to a date and place. The result was a steady flow of electrum into the minting system. The river shaped the start, and the workshop shaped the rest. The routine fit the city's calm need for counted, stamped pieces. Through these measured steps, the Pactolus gave a workable mix of gold and silver. Workers shaped that mix into a clean concentrate, one tray at a time. The sound of water over gravel stayed even during the task. The trays made soft wooden tones against stone and hand. Bags settled in neat rows with tags facing outward. Notes on wax set the day into lines and numbers. The path was long but not complicated. It was made of many small motions carried out with care and repetition. Sardis handled exchange by balance and weight during the 7th and 6th centuries BCE. Stalls lined hard-packed lanes near shrines and workshops. The ground showed smooth paths where feet and wheels passed for years. Traders set out bars, cut fragments, and small bags of metal near their scales. Brass or other copper alloy pans hung from cords under a straight beam. The beam pivoted on a central point and settled when both sides matched. Air moved softly between awnings. Brass pans clicked lightly when the beam met stillness. The core tool was the balance, a bar with two pans hung at both ends. The beam rested on a knife-edge pivot fixed to a post or tripod. Cords or chains carried the pans and kept them level under load. The pans were shallow and round, with flat centers for even resting. Traders kept the beam free from dents, since dents changed the resting point. A small pointer at the center showed level. When the pointer stood straight, both sides agreed. The beam gave a faint creak when weight shifted slightly. Weights formed the second part of the system. Sets included stones, bronze pieces, and sometimes lead cores in copper shells. Each weight bore a mark or symbol to show its unit. A larger piece might equal a mina, a larger standard weight, about 500 grams, roughly 1 pound. Smaller pieces made halves, quarters, and eighths. The smallest weights were seed-sized pellets shaped for safe handling. Traders stored sets in wooden boxes with fitted slots. Covers slid closed with a dry wooden sound. Officials kept master weights in guarded rooms within the city. These masterpieces set the standard for markets and workshops. Inspectors visited stalls on a fixed schedule to compare shop weights to the master. If a weight drifted by wear, the owner filed or replaced it. Records of checks went onto wax tablets and then into longer lists. A clerk wrote the date, the stall sign, and the correction taken. Cedar boxes held the master set to reduce damp. Reed styluses left quiet scratches in the wax. Payment moved through metal cut to need. Traders used electrum, silver, and copper alloy in many exchanges. A buyer placed a bar or cut piece onto one pan. The seller set weights on the other pan until the pointer steadied. If the buyer's piece fell short, the buyer added a small fragment. If it exceeded the mark, the buyer clipped a sliver away. The process moved in small steps, with pauses to let the beam rest. Brass pans touched lightly and then stopped with a clear, short click. Cutting tools sat close to every scale. Shears, small chisels, and flat files trimmed and squared pieces. A bench stone smoothed sharp edges to prevent tearing of bags. Traders kept sweep trays below workspaces to collect dust and filings. Sweepings went later to workshops for recovery. The goal was exact weight with little waste. A small rule-set order: cut once, weigh, and only then file. The beam's pointer responded to tiny changes. A breath of air shifted it. A still moment settled it. Goods met metal through steady rates known in the district. Oil, grain, and wool took common rates tied to weight. A simple tariff list, a posted table of rates, hung near busy lanes. Rates changed slowly by season and supply, not hour by hour. When rates shifted, the new line moved into ledgers and onto the board. Scribes copied changes using round numbers when exactness did not affect daily use. A thin cord held the board to a post. The board swung slightly and then lay still again. Fractions mattered in daily trade, so sets included many small units. Traders used nested boxes to hold the smallest pellets. Some weights looked like small animals or simple shapes, but the marks guided reading. The smallest pieces balanced coin-sized fragments or wire cuts. To avoid loss, traders worked over shallow trays with raised lips. A light tap of the finger moved a pellet to the center pan. Brass pans made a soft ring when pellets touched them. The beam showed the effect at once. Testing metal quality sat beside weighing. A touchstone served the test, a dark, fine stone that showed a streak. A worker rubbed the piece on the stone to see its color line. The streak gave a clue about metal type. Inspectors sometimes cut a shallow notch to view inside. The notch revealed color below the surface. These simple checks caught plated or mixed pieces. The goal remained steady, known weight and known type. The touchstone kept its dark surface smooth and cool. Balances required care to stay true. Traders checked the beam each morning with equal weights in both pans. If the pointer did not rest straight, a small screw or wedge adjusted the pivot. Pan cords wore at the hooks and needed regular replacement. Dust on the knife edge threw readings off by small amounts. A cloth stayed near the post to wipe the ridge clean. Maintenance notes sat on a small shard with simple marks. The shard lay under the box lid and moved with the set. Different balance types served different tasks. Steel yards, a one-armed balance with a sliding weight, handled larger loads. The arm carried marks along its length for reading. A hook held the goods, and a single counterweight slid along the arm. Traders read the mark when the arm leveled. Smaller two-pan balances worked best for precious metal. Scholars suggest both forms appeared in the region by this period. Households kept small balances for spices, dye, and metal savings. Market lanes mixed both forms without confusion. Stall design kept air and light steady around the scale. A cloth awning blocked wind that could sway pans. The beam sat away from foot traffic and wheels. A post held the pivot, braced by angled supports. A shelf carried the weight box, cutting tools, and a touchstone. The stall front showed bins for goods and a ledge for resting baskets. Floor lines marked where customers stood during weighing. The space stayed plain and clear. Brass pans met and left one another with even small clicks. Receipts recorded agreed amounts without coins or stamps. A scribe wrote the weight, the good, and the counterparty mark. The tablet received a simple seal, a stamp used to mark wet clay when needed. For large deliveries, a clay tag rode with the bundle. The tag carried the same marks and the day. The habit kept disputes low and storage clear. When goods moved to a storeroom, the tag shifted to a pegboard. The board's pegs filled slowly across the week and then cleared again. Transport shaped the weighing routine as well. Drivers loaded sacks in even shares so a yoke balanced cleanly. A small field steelyard checked sacks before gates opened. If a sack weighed too much, workers split it and retied both halves. Lashings made soft sounds as they tightened. In the market, large loads reduced to smaller parts. The process kept back strain low and protected the scale. The day moved through short, repeated steps with short rests between them. Trust rested in repeated checks more than a single test. Traders weighed reference pieces at the start of day. The piece might be a plain bar marked once and kept aside. If the balance read true, the reference returned to the box. If not, the owner adjusted the pivot and checked again. These small habits kept readings steady across stalls and seasons. A neighbor's set sometimes joined for cross-checking. The sound of two balances working together was quiet and regular. Materials on the pans showed the range of exchange before coin. Electrum bars came from local workshops. Silver wire and thin sheets came from farther routes. Copper alloy pieces handled many low-value tasks. Tin and lead appeared in small trade for tools and fittings. Traders stacked goods in consistent shapes to ease weighing. Bars lay flat with their broadside down. Wires coiled and then unwound across the pan. Sheets folded to even squares. The beam found level sooner when shapes stayed regular. Learning the craft took time, but used simple steps. New workers studied pan motion, pellet handling, and beam reading. They practiced placing weights without pan bounce. They learned to wait for the pointer to settle fully. They watched for drafts and shifted cloths to block them. They memorized common combinations to reach target weights faster. The balance taught patience, since haste caused repeats. Brass pans clicked again and again, and then finally stopped cleanly. Disputes rarely grew loud because tools resolved them. If the beam read wrong, both parties watched a test against the reference. If the weight lacked a mark, the inspector lent a sealed piece. If the metal looked uncertain, the touchstone gave a straight line. A quick note on a tablet fixed the memory of the trade. The note traveled with the load or sat in a shelf box. The method kept order by parts and steps rather than by force. Seasons shaped the weighing scene gently. In spring, damp air slowed drying of cut surfaces. Traders kept a cloth near the brazier to warm tools lightly. In summer, awnings stood wider to shade the beam. In autumn, winds picked up, so screens rose around posts. In winter, hours shortened, and hands moved closer to the brazier between tasks. Through these changes, the balance stayed the same. The pointer found level in every season with unhurried motion. Evidence for these practices survives in tools and marks. Balance beams, pans, and pan chains appear in finds across western Anatolia. Stone and bronze weights bear incised signs and smooth handling wear. Touchstones with pale streaks show long use. Cutting shears and files come from workshop layers. Wax tablets have rarely survived, yet clay tags and sealings do. Together, these objects describe a system built from simple parts. The system stood ready when coins arrived. Weights moved between private rooms and open stalls. Householders stored a small balance with family records. Traders carried travel sets in fitted pouches. Officials guarded masterpieces in still rooms. The same design tied all three spaces together. A straight beam, matched pans, and a set of marks supported trust. Brass pans met in the middle and then rested. The sound was light and exact. The day continued with small cuts, small adds, and clear reads. When stamped pieces began to spread, balances did not disappear. Scales still checked large lots, foreign metal, and mixed payments. Rates remained on boards, and weights stayed in boxes. The new habit reduced some steps, but did not erase the old ones. Traders counted pieces first and weighed only when needed. The balance still stood on its post, ready to help. Brass pans kept their steady click as the beam returned to level. The city moved forward by small, even changes. Sardis relied on electrum during roughly 630 to 550 BCE. Workshops stood near storerooms and lanes that led to the gates. Each room held a furnace of clay and brick, racks for tools, and low tables for accounts. Bags from the river arrived with simple tags. A scribe checked the tags against a tally board. The air was warm and dry near the hearth. Outside, sounds stayed low behind thick walls. Bellows leather moved with steady strokes, and the fire answered with a soft hiss. Tools followed a clear pattern. A crucible, a clay cup for melting metal, sat inside the furnace on a small rest. Tongs, ladles, and iron rods hung from pegs near the mouth. A tuyere, a clay nozzle that carried air from bellows into the fire, fed the hot zone. Bins near the wall held charcoal, crushed clay, and common salt. A mortar and pestle stood ready for grinding. Scales on a side bench checked charge weights. A water bowl for cooling tools gave short, high sounds when iron touched it. Bags from the pactolus opened onto drying trays. Workers spread the damp concentrate in thin layers. Warm air from the hearth drove off moisture. A magnet pulled some iron-rich sand aside. The rest went through a fine sieve to remove small stones. What remained was a bright mix of gold-silver grains and heavy dark sand. The mix entered a sample pan, and a small scale measured a test scoop. Notes on a wax tablet fixed yield estimates for the day. The tablet's surface felt smooth and cool. The first melt combined many bags into a single batch. The goal was even composition across pieces made later. A worker charged the crucible with the cleaned mix and a little charcoal dust. The crucible went into the hot zone with steady tongs. Bellows raised the heat. A pale orange glow showed through the mouth. Slag formed on the melt surface and was skimmed with an iron rod. The liquid metal poured into a shallow mold and cooled into a short bar. The bar rested on a brick ledge. Bars from the first melt then returned to the scale. Each bar's weight matched a simple target that fit later steps. A record on the board paired bar numbers with charge notes. The surface of the bars showed a dull, even color. Color alone could not fix content, so tests followed. A touchstone's dark face received a small rub. The streak gave a quick clue. Electrum read as a pale gold line. A scribe wrote the result in short marks. The room kept a steady, low light for clear reading. Scholars suggest that early parting methods began here. Parting means separating silver from electrum to enrich the gold. One method likely used cementation, sealed heating with salt and clay to draw out silver. Workers ground common salt with crushed ceramic and fine clay. They mixed the powder until it felt even and dry. Thin slices of the electrum bar lay between layers of this powder in a small, lidded pot. The pot's lid, sealed with clay, slipped to keep gases and powders inside. The cementation pot went into a special furnace box that kept flames off the vessel. Bellows kept air moving beneath the box. Heat rose until the wall bricks glowed a quiet orange. At that heat, salt met the silver in the thin metal slices. The silver turned into silver chloride inside the clay powder bed. The porous bed absorbed most of this compound. Gold did not change at that heat or in that mix. The cycle lasted many hours. The workshop stayed careful and calm while the pot rested. When the cycle ended, the pot moved to a brick shelf. The seal cooled and hardened. A worker tapped the lid and lifted it. The powder looked pale and dry. The metal slices now had a higher gold content. They were stiffer and darker yellow. The powder bed, now rich in silver chloride, went to a separate tray. Clean water rinsed the metal slices to remove salt. The rinse bucket stood in a corner against a drain. The sound of falling water stayed soft and even against the vessel wall. The silver-rich powder did not go to waste. Another crew reduced it to metal silver. They mixed the powder with ground charcoal and placed it in a shallow dish. With careful heat, the silver chloride released silver metal. The result went into a small mold and cooled into a thin button. A touchstone streak confirmed a bright, pale line. The button's weight entered the record next to the parent batch. The workshop, piece by piece, turned mixed river metal into known forms with known results. Cementation required thin metal slices to work well. Workers therefore forged the first bars into sheets before layering. A smooth anvil supported slow, even hammering at a medium heat. Scales checked sheet weight after each pass to keep the plan. Shears cut the sheet into pieces that fit the pot. The shears made a short, dry sound on each cut. The cut edges rubbed on a stone to remove burrs. A rack near the wall held sheets and cuttings in order. The rack kept airflow around warm metal. Other methods also appear in the region. Some evidence points to cupellation, a process that uses a porous dish to pull lead oxide away from silver. That process cleaned silver, but it did not separate silver from gold by itself. For electrum, cementation with salt and clay likely did the main separation. Scholars propose a sequence: first cementation to pull silver, then melting to collect rich gold. Where gold purity was not the target, workshops could skip parting and cast directly for coin blanks. Fuel planning shaped each day. Charcoal baskets were counted by scoop so heat stayed steady. The bellows team rotated to keep strokes even. Fatigue changed airflow, so short rests sat on a board. Maintenance checks looked for cracks in tuyères and crucibles. A crack near the mouth meant replacement. A crack near the base meant careful cooling and a new pot. The workshop placed used crucibles in a pile for later crushing. The pile stored tiny metal traces for recovery. Casting after parting followed a set order. Richer gold slices went back into a clean crucible with a little ash. The ash kept metal from sticking to the walls. Heat rose again to melt the charge. The pour filled short molds to make ingots at a planned weight. Ingots cooled and then met the touchstone again. The streak looked deeper yellow than earlier. A note beside the test read, "Richer." Exact numbers were rare, but the touchstone and color gave a consistent guide. The guide was enough for stable value. Silver recovered from the cementation bed entered its own line. Buttons from several runs joined into a melt for bars. These bars went to a storage niche marked for silver. When needed for payments or exchange with neighbors, the bars could be cut and weighed. Where local issues later chose separate silver coin, the metal supply was ready. The workshop kept both flows apart, gold on upper shelves, silver below. Labels were simple clay tags on cords. The tags clicked softly when trays moved. Quality checks stood between every major step. Assay, a small test to check metal content, stayed simple in this period. The touchstone, color, and working feel gave most signals. For gold that still looked pale, a second cementation run might follow. For metal that looked brittle, the charge included a small change in clay or salt. Records noted these corrections in short lines. Each line matched a bar mark and a day mark. The scribe trimmed tablet edges when notes filled the field. The room layout protected both workers and results. A low wall shielded people from the furnace mouth. An opening in the roof let smoke rise and leave. The floor near the hearth was brick, not packed earth. Water stood in closed jars, not open basins, to prevent spills near metal. Tongs rested in set grooves, not on the floor. Every pattern reduced risk of loss and kept steps repeatable. The furnace gave a low, even sound whenever bellows moved. Charcoal snapped now and then as air reached it. Small errors received simple fixes. If a crucible stuck to its support, a thin wedge freed it. If slag trapped metal, gentle reheating and skimming returned the metal. If a mold surface caused pits, workers scrubbed and recoated it with fine ash. If a sheet cracked during forging, the piece melted and joined a new batch. Repair boxes held pegs, cord, potsherds, and spare nozzles. The boxes slid under the tool bench. Their lids made a soft scrape and thud when opened and closed. Evidence for these steps appears in finds across western Anatolia. Crucibles with salt and silver chloride traces show cementation use. Fragmented parting pots with salt crystals and pores support sealed heating. Touchstones with many pale and deep streaks show regular testing. Molds and slag heaps match repeated casting. At Sardis, workshop debris includes tuyere tips, bellows fittings, and scorified clay. The finds fit the period from the late 7th to the mid-6th century BCE. Together they describe a quiet, careful routine. Once metal reached planned ranges, workers cast small cakes for blank making. A cake poured to a steady thickness helped later cutting. The cakes cooled on level stone and then went to racks. The rack sat near a door where air moved more freely. Cakes sounded dull, and even when tapped with a rod. A scribe added the cake counts to the day's list. The list then moved to the striking room with the metal. There, separate crews formed flans, blank metal discs, and struck designs. Accounting kept every stage linked. A masterboard showed intake, process, and output in 3 columns. Intake listed bag numbers and weight. Process listed melt batches, cementation runs, and remelts. Output listed bars, cakes, or buttons by count. Wax tablets captured details and then passed to a longer record. Clay tags tied trays to entries. When inspectors visited, they checked tags against the board. The room fell quiet during reading. Only the bellows kept their steady, low rhythm. The workshop's sounds and textures remained consistent through the year. Bellows leather flexed with a soft, breath-like hiss without rush or strain. The furnace wall glowed a quiet orange at working heat. Tongs clicked lightly against brick when set down. Water in the cooling bowl gave short, bright notes. Clay powder felt dry and fine between fingers during mixing. Charcoal baskets rustled softly when moved. These details marked each step and kept pace slow and regular. Through these steps, electrum from the river became planned metal for minting. Cementation raised gold for rich issues and sent silver to its own store. Casting formed bars and cakes of known weight and feel. Testing by touchstone and record by tablet kept the line clear. The workshop did not hurry, since haste caused repeats and waste. The city relied on this calm routine. Stamped pieces would later carry simple marks, but those marks depended on this quiet, even work beside the fire. Sardis, between about 630 and 550 BCE, relied on an agreed weight called the stater. The stater sat near 14 grams, about half an ounce in modern terms. Markets and workshops could now point to one mark on a beam and end long bargaining. Fractions of the stater covered small needs without cutting bars. The habit spread by steady practice rather than sudden rule. Awning cloths moved slightly in the lane while scales settled. Brass pans clicked softly when the beam reached level at the stater point. Officials guarded masterpieces that fixed this unit. A master stater and its fractions sat in a cedar box in a quiet room. Inspectors compared market weights to these pieces on set days. If a shop weight drifted, the owner filed it or replaced it. Notes on wax tablets recorded the stall sign, the date, and the change. The master set returned to the box with care. Chalk dust marked reference stones, dry and pale on the shelf nearby, to show recent checks. Reference stones helped training and daily checks. Each stone held a shallow groove for the masterpiece and a short line for the pointer. When the balance matched, a small chalk cross showed success. The cross wore away with touch and returned with the next test. These stones stood near scales in shops and in the mint. Their surfaces felt grainy and cool. A cloth lay beside them to wipe loose dust. The routine kept attention on level, not on words or debate. Fractions gave range without confusion. The most common were the half stater, the third, the sixth, and the 12th. Boxes held each size in its own tray with a clay tag. Traders built amounts from simple sums. 2 halves made a whole. 3/3 did the same. For finer needs, 6ths and 12ths covered bread, oil, and fare. The beam showed the result at once. Small pellets or small struck pieces lifted a pan by clear, known steps. Counting replaced many cuts. Mint work aligned with this standard. Flans, blank metal discs for staters, and fractions left the scale at target weights. A worker checked 10 at a time to find drift early. If a tray ran light or heavy, metal returned to the furnace or to the forge. Dies for each size sat in labeled slots. The striking team knew the order for a mixed run: wholes, halves, then thirds, so trays filled evenly. Coin stacks made light, even sounds on a leveled board. Price boards used the new unit for clear reading. A short tariff list hung near busy corners. It offered round numbers and staters and fractions for common goods. Rates moved a little by season and supply, not by hour. When rates changed, a scribe lifted the board and wiped the line. Fresh chalk marked the new line in large, steady strokes. The board then rested again against its peg. The practice produced calm exchange. Disputes fell when numbers matched the posted list. Wages and taxes adopted the same unit. Road crews, guards, and stable teams received counted pieces by week or month. Gate teams passed intake to a side room where trays sorted by size. Scribes grouped piles by 5s and 10s for quick checks. A master row of staters along the back edge served as a visual guide. When a line matched the row, a cord tied the stack. Cord ends made a faint rasp against wood as bundles formed. The room stayed quiet except for light movement. Storage matched this order. Jars held sealed bundles by unit in separate shelves. Clay tags on cords showed the unit, the count, and the day. Inspectors lifted a few bundles to weigh and count. When lines matched, the tag returned, and the jar closed. Larger stock rooms kept whole staters higher and fractions lower to avoid mix-ups. A simple shelf map hung on a peg with short marks for rows. Fingers traced the marks during checks. The system favored straight lines and short labels. The stater reached beyond the city as people traveled. Merchants to the coast brought trays and price boards marked in this unit. Neighbors adjusted their scales to match during joint checks. Harbor towns then posted their own boards with the same sizes. This match shortened exchange time and reduced loss at the edge. Inland posts on the road did the same. Over time, the stater and its fractions became common speech for amounts. The beam's pointer stood at familiar places in many stalls. Training helped keep the habit steady. New clerks learned weight sums before they wrote in ledgers. They moved halves, thirds, and sixths across a practice pan until the pointer settled. They learned common combinations by touch and sight. They wrote a short table once, then worked without it. New strikers in the mint learned tray weights and sample counts. They listened for the soft clink that meant even stacks. Short lessons repeated often replaced long talks. The routine settled into hands. Audits linked the rooms together. An inspector took a test piece from the master set and walked the lane. At each stall, the piece hit the pan, the beam leveled, and a mark went in wax. Then the piece crossed to the mint and met a tray of finished flans. 10 flans matched the unit within narrow limits or returned for rework. The same notes flowed into a monthly board in the office. A reed stylus left fine grooves as lines filled. Doors stayed open for light and clean air. The stater also shaped large purchases. Builders and grain dealers moved tallies in 10s and 20s. A simple wooden counter with shallow cups held a row for each 10. When a cup filled, a pebble moved on a string above it. The string counted 10s. The cups counted 1s. This tool sat between the scale and the ledger. It gave a quiet path from weight to number to record. The sound remained low, soft clinks in cups, a light slide of pebbles, and brief tablet scratches. Fractions smoothed small change without waste. Bakers accepted sixths and twelfths for daily loaves. Oil sellers used thirds and sixths for standard jugs. Wool traders favored halves for fixed bundles. Weights and pieces traveled in pouches with simple dividers. At closing, merchants poured remainders into labeled trays. A last check against the master weight ended the day. Chalk on the reference stone showed one more cross. Cloth covers went over boards and trays. Night air cooled the counters. Evidence supports this picture across western Anatolia. Stone and bronze weights survive with marks that fit these units. Balance beams and pans show smooth wear at knife edges. Touchstones with pale and deep streaks tie to metal checks beside weighing. Early electrum stators from the region group around the expected mass. Fractions show similar clusters at halves, thirds, and sixths. Hordes present stacks and chords that match bundle habits. The objects let the system stand in full view. The stator gave language to value in a way people could share. A buyer named a quantity, and both sides reached for the same pan point. A seller named a fraction, and both hands found the same tray. Fewer cuts reduced filings and loss. Fewer long checks saved time on crowded days. The beam still served, yet counting reached the result sooner. Brass pans met and separated with a regular sound. Stalls closed with boards that still read the same way tomorrow. Reference practice touched many tools. The mince molds matched the stator plan by thickness and spread. The die faces fit the plan so wear did not hide size. The scale in the striking room read the same as the market beam. The storage room jars followed the same labels as the office ledger. The road post steel yard used notches set from the master stone. These matches made the day smooth. The same marks appeared in many places and meant one thing. Inspections stayed practical and brief. A test in the morning and a few during the day were enough. Inspectors carried their set in padded slots to avoid edge wear. When they filed a trader's weight, the filings went into a sweep jar. Later, a workshop recovered tiny metal from the jar. Nothing left the system without a record. The cedar box for the master set closed with a soft click. The room returned to stillness. Chalk dust on the nearby stones remained pale and dry. The unit also guided writing. Scribes copied simple tables for new offices and posts. Tables showed rows for whole stators and columns for common fractions. A short preface defined the unit once and then used it without repeat. The words stayed plain: whole, half, third, sixth, 12th. The tablet edges were rounded to prevent chips during handling. When lines filled, tablets dried on shelves in small stacks. The stacks felt cool and smooth. Wax held shallow marks clearly under lamplight. Through this order, the stator linked river sand to steady exchange. Electrum gained shape in bars and cakes, the mint-shaped blanks against a known target. The die set a sign that people could see and remember. The market used weights and boards that matched those signs. The palace paid, the gate collected, and the shrine tallied in the same unit. The day sounded even, a beam settling, a chalk line across a stone, and a light clink of stacked pieces on wood. The mint room in Sardis worked during the 6th and 7th centuries BCE. A furnace of clay and brick stood near one wall with its mouth low. A die block sat on a heavy anvil fixed to a stable base. A shelf held punches, tongs, hammers, and gauges in simple rows. Scales waited on a side table for checks between trays. Oil lamps gave steady light without smoke when trimmed often. Bellows moved air through the tuyere with a low hiss. The space stayed warm and orderly during each shift. The die was the lower tool with a design cut into hard metal. It rested in a sunk hole or iron collar on the anvil top. The collar kept the die from shifting under repeated blows. The punch was the upper tool, plain or lightly shaped on its face. A striker held the punch upright over the die and drove the blow. The flan, a blank metal disc, sat between punch and die for marking. Scholars suggest steel or hardened iron served for tools in this period. Surfaces were simple and clear to survive many strikes. Before striking, workers brought flans to working heat for clean flow. A tray held blanks near the furnace mouth for even warming. Colors told the heater when the metal reached the right range. Pale orange meant softness, without risk of melting edges. Tongs lifted one flan, shook off ash, and placed it on the die. The placer aligned the edge by habit and hand, a light tap with the punch set position. The striker raised the hammer and delivered a firm, centered blow. A shaped mark appeared at once. Teams followed a fixed sequence to reduce error. The heater kept the tray at the same distance from the mouth. The placer moved with short steps between tray and die. The striker delivered one or two blows depending on size. A second blow, when used, was lighter to sharpen detail. The finished piece moved to a cooling bowl or wooden tray. A second blank reached the die while the striker reset grip. The room filled with even hammer notes and short tool clicks. The pace stayed steady and safe. Die designs stayed simple for clear reading and long life. Many early pieces from Sardis used the lion as the main sign. Lines were bold and not crowded. Small curves stayed shallow. A deep design wore quickly under heat and pressure. The engraver worked at a separate bench under strong lamplight. A burin, a chisel, and small files cut the face inch by inch. The face then hardened by controlled heating and cooling when possible. A test strike on soft metal checked clarity. The die returned for small corrections if needed. The opposite face of early Lydian pieces often showed an incuse mark. The incuse came from a punch that left square or rectangular pits. Scholars link this to tool shape and the need to hold metal in place. The punch face could have shallow divisions that formed two or more squares. This reverse mark did not carry a picture in the earliest phase. Its depth varied with blow strength and flan softness. Inspectors accepted range, since the obverse design signaled authority. The incuse mark still showed tool order and rhythm. Weight and thickness needed constant checking during a run. A gauge plate with a narrow slot tested edge thickness quickly. A small balance tested weight for each sample group. 10 pieces sat on a pan and met a counterweight that matched target totals. If light, the setter added heavier blanks to the tray order. If heavy, thick blanks returned to the forge for gentle thinning. Notes on a wax tablet recorded count and adjustments. The stylus made short, dry lines that stayed readable under lamplight. Anvils and blocks required care to keep strikes true. The anvil's top kept a smooth, level surface without dents or lean. Shims under the base corrected small tilts from packed earth settling. The die collar fit the die without wobble yet allowed removal. Workers turned the die a quarter turn after several trays to distribute wear. A light film of ash on the die rim reduced sticking of hot blanks. Tongs rested in a set groove to keep tips clean and ready. Small rules prevented rush and tool damage. Tool wear appeared slowly and predictably. A die's highest line softened first under repeated blows. The punch edge showed small bevels after long shifts. Workers watched for tiny cracks along edges or corners. If a crack appeared, the die retired to a marked box for repair. The engraver used a fine file to lift the line again by a fraction. Deep flaws ended a die's life and sent it to scrap recovery. Each die carried a short mark that tied it to a batch record. The mark aided audits months later. Heat control made the difference between clear marks and fractures. Blanks stayed at a repeatable warmth, not too soft, and not hard. A cold blank caused splits at the edge and faint lines. An overheated blank smeared detail and stuck to the die. The heater counted heartbeats between furnace rim and die block. That count matched walking distance and work pace. The bellows team kept airflow even to hold the mouth color steady. Charcoal baskets emptied by plan to avoid sudden heat drops. The furnace hissed softly as air passed. Edges sometimes needed attention after striking. A trimming tool shaved a thin burr where metal spread. The shave fell into a sweep tray for later recovery. A quick rub on a smooth stone took off sharpness. Finished pieces then stacked by unit in wooden trays. The trays had shallow grooves that kept columns upright. Columns made even lines for easy counting. A soft cloth covered trays during short breaks. The cloth also kept off ash and grit from the furnace floor. The mint worked several sizes in one day. Whole staters, halves, thirds, and sixths ran in groups. Each size had its own die and punch stored in labeled slots. The foreman arranged the order to balance heat and team strength. Larger pieces went earlier when arms were fresh. Smaller pieces filled the later hours. Between sizes, a scale check reset reference points. The pointer settled slowly and then stood straight. A chalk cross on the reference stone marked the time and result. Communication remained simple and visible in the noise. The placer lifted a hand to pause when ash fell on the die. The striker stepped back when a tray approached for changeover. The heater raised tongs to signal low warmth at the rim. These signs kept words few and hands free. The hammer rose and fell at a measured rate. The punch clinked lightly against the die collar between blows. The tongs clicked against the anvil edge when a blank settled. These sounds set the pace without rush. Inspection linked the mint room to stores and offices. From each tray, a sample moved to the balance table. Weight and diameter met the stator plan within narrow steps. A touchstone streak confirmed metal type from time to time. The inspector wrote short notes in a steady hand. If a run drifted, the foreman stopped for a furnace, die, or punch change. The stoppage stayed brief and orderly. The tray returned to position, and the rhythm resumed. Later, auditors read the same notes in a cooler room. Lighting and airflow shaped worker comfort and tool life. Lamps hung at head height, not lower, to keep shadows short. The roof, opening above the furnace, pulled smoke away from hands and eyes. Side vents near the floor brought fresh air and cooled the tray shelf. The room avoided drafts that could chill blanks too fast. Water stood in covered jars to prevent steam shocks near hot tools. The cooling bowl sat to the side, not under the die line. Each placement came from trial and habit. Evidence from Sardis and nearby sites supports this picture. Finds include die fragments with engraved lines and hardened faces, tuyere tips, bellows parts, and slag show controlled heat and repeated melts. Early electrum stators display bold obverse types and simple reverse incuses. Off-center strikes appear where a blank shifted under the first blow. Double strikes appear where a second hit landed after a small move. These marks match a process done by hand, tool by tool, in calm order. The dates fit roughly 630 to 550 BCE. Tool storage kept damage low between shifts. Punches returned to a padded trough to protect faces. Dies cooled on bricks, not bare earth, to avoid grit. Hammers hung by their heads with handles checked for splits. Tongs stood in a clay stand so jaws stayed aligned. The foreman locked the die box and wrote the count on a tag. The tag carried the day mark and the size mark together. The box slid into a wall niche with a wooden bar across. The bar made a dry knocking sound when set. Training built the quiet discipline of striking. New workers learned to lift a hammer straight and land square. They learned to hold the punch with a loose, steady hand. They learned to count between furnace and die without looking up. They practiced placing blank center on the die by touch alone. They practiced removing pieces without letting tips scrape lines. The foreman watched hand positions and spacing around the anvil. Small corrections early prevented mistakes later. The routine became smooth and predictable. Every strike carried 3 checks in sequence. First, alignment showed in a full outline around the design edge. Second, depth showed in the high lines and low fields without breaks. Third, weight stayed within plan when pieces returned to the scale. If 2 checks failed, the piece moved to a small reject jar. The jar emptied later into a remelt box near the furnace. Records kept reject counts against tray numbers. Reject marks stayed low when heat and rhythm matched. The system corrected itself at once. The mint connected its work to the city through packaging. Finished pieces moved from trays into bundles by fixed counts. A thin cord tied each stack with 2 knots at set points. A clay tag carried the unit and the batch mark. Bundles filled a jar for that size and sat on a labeled shelf. A scribe copied totals onto a board and then into a longer list. The door to storage closed with a wooden latch. The room was quiet and cool compared to the mint floor. During late hours, the mint paused and cooled its tools. The bellows handles rested flat, and air sound faded. The die came free from its collar and cooled on brick. The punch face wiped clean with a dry cloth. The anvil top rubbed with a flat stone to remove any small burr. Charcoal baskets stacked by the wall for the next day. The balance pointer hung straight without motion. Lamps lowered their wicks to small, even flames. The room kept heat in the bricks and stillness in the corners. Simple documents linked the shift to the wider record. The wax tablet from the floor carried tray counts and changes. The office copy on a larger tablet listed intake metal, tool numbers, and output bundles. A short seal marked the tablet edge for later filing. Clay tags kept the same marks as the tablets. When inspectors arrived next month, the same marks guided checks. Fingers traced lines in wax, then moved to jars, and then back. The process remained calm and clear. Through these measured steps, die, punch, and anvil gave metal a fixed sign. Heat softened blanks to flow into a marked face. A balanced blow carried the design into the flan without damage. Weight stayed close to the stator plan through regular checks. Trays filled and moved to shelves with simple tags. The mint floor sounded even, a low furnace hiss, a light tong click, and steady hammer notes at a comfortable pace. The work turned planned metal into counted pieces for the city. During roughly 610 to 560 BCE, Sardis issued electrum pieces under aliates. The court chose a single plain type as its sign. The face showed a lion, cut in strong lines that stayed clear after wear. The reverse kept an incuse, a sunken square mark made by the punch. This pair signaled a controlled process from furnace to tray. People near Sardis learned the look and weight by daily use. The image worked as a badge of the issuer. It joined mark, mass, and metal into one check. Authority needed tools, rooms, and records, not words alone. The sign on the die linked each piece to the court store. A known office held master weights and approved dies by note. Inspectors carried those masterpieces into lanes on set days. A sample from trays met the balance and met the touchstone. When numbers stayed steady, the office seal closed the list. The system tied image to practice at every turn. Trust rested on routine. not on speech. Engravers prepared the die face for the lion sign. They used a burin, small chisels, and fine files to set simple lines. They kept the mane short and the brow strong for clear reading. Deep cuts were avoided because deep cuts failed sooner under blows. Test strikes on soft metal checked the outline. A few light edits followed, then the die moved to the anvil collar. The reverse tool remained a plain punch with divisions that formed the incuse. Both pieces sat in labeled slots after checks. Striking under this type matched earlier steps, but held tighter checks. The heater kept blanks at the same pale orange. The placer set edges the same way with each pass. The striker landed one firm blow and sometimes a lighter second. Warm metal smelled faintly sweet as each mark set cleanly. The finished piece moved to a tray with shallow grooves. A sample stack met the scale for a quick read. Off-center pieces went to a small jar for remelt. The lines stayed visible even on modest strikes. The office tracked each batch from die to shelf. A short mark on the die linked to a wax tablet entry. The tablet listed date, batch count, and target unit. When trays filled, cords tied stacks by fixed numbers. Clay tags showed the unit and the die mark. Bundles moved to a quiet room for cool storage. Jars on shelves kept sizes apart. A scribe copied totals onto a larger board by size and day. The room air felt cool and still. Wood lids made dry sounds when set down. Distribution followed a regular path. The palace took bundles for wages and works. Gateposts sent intake to the same room, where trays sorted by size. Stalls received fresh pieces for change boxes. Shrine offices accepted the type for offerings and repairs. The same lion met the same weights across these sites. A driver's pouch held holes and fractions by divider. Counting came first at the ledge. Weighing checked larger lots or mixed payments. Coin on wood made light, even clinks. Markets near Sardis adjusted their boards to the unit marks. Prices appeared in whole staters and common fractions. A third and a sixth covered many daily needs. Fewer cuts were needed at counters. Brass pans still stood ready, yet hands reached first for trays. The design allowed quick sorting under low light. Even worn pieces kept enough relief to read. A posted board showed drawings of sizes beside numbers. Chalk lines refreshed the board when rates shifted by season. Shrines recorded counts rather than weights for most gifts. Assistants poured pieces onto smooth boards and grouped by tens. A reed stylus set small marks on wax as groups formed. Oil, grain, lamp fuel, and repairs drew from these counts. Unusual gifts still used weighed metal or goods. For ordinary needs, the lion type ran through ledgers smoothly. Temple rooms stayed quiet during tallies. Lamps burned low and steady. The count ended with a cord around each stack. Road stations adopted the same reading rules. A driver paid gate fees in fixed numbers by size. Inspectors at road posts checked samples against masterpieces. If a piece looked pale or unusually thin, a touchstone test followed. The streak showed as a pale gold line for electrum. The scale confirmed weight if needed. These steps kept traffic moving without long delays. The unit, the design, and the checks matched across the route. The sound in these rooms was paper rustle and pan clicks. Quality controls guarded the court sign from misuse. Inspectors sampled market trays and shrine trays on a schedule. A shallow nick at the edge revealed inner color when doubt rose. The nick stayed small and did not damage use. The office recorded any drift in weight or style. If a die softened and lost detail, it retired to repair. If a punch face chipped, a new face replaced it. These small actions kept the type close to plan. Confidence came from repeated matches, not from announcements. Die wear created patterns that the office watched. High lines on the brow flattened first. The mouth line lost crisp points after long runs. Engravers lifted lines with fine files during short stoppages. If a die carried a fault line, it moved out at once. Batches from fresh dies and older dies mixed on price boards without confusion. The lion looked the same in main features, which mattered most. People learned to ignore tiny differences from tool age. The weight and feel stayed constant. Evidence for this type appears in many finds. Early electrum pieces with bold obverse lions cluster around the stator mass. Reverse sides show divided or plain square incuses from the punch. Off-center strikes and double hits match handwork under heat. Die cracks and edge splits appear rarely and in known patterns. Hoards buried in western Anatolia hold tied stacks that match bundle practice. Workshop debris includes hardened die fragments and scorified clay from furnaces. These objects point to quiet, repeated steps over many years. The sign also shaped repairs and returns. When a piece broke or thinned by wear, it moved to remelt. The jar for rejects emptied into the furnace at set times. Metal returned as cakes for new blanks. Records kept reject counts against batch marks. Losses stayed low under steady heat and careful striking. The sign reappeared on new pieces from the same metal stock. The circle from mine to mint to market and back stayed tight. The air near the furnace carried a soft hiss. Eliada's issues likely framed later choices under neighbors and successors. Later rulers set other types and separate metals, yet the rule held. A plain, strong image worked better than a crowded one. A standard mass supported clear rates and fast checks. The habit of sampling tied rooms together. People expected the look, the weight, and the streak on the stone. The lion type taught the region how a mark could stand for a source. That lesson lasted beyond one reign. Offices trained staff to read pieces quickly and calmly. New clerks learned to sort by size and relief before touching weights. They practiced stacking columns that did not lean. They set 10 columns of 10 for 100 when needed. New inspectors learned to carry masterpieces and touchstones in padded slots. They practiced tests that did not scar surfaces. A short list on a tablet guided the route. The list named stalls, shrines, and posts. The day moved in small checks and short notes. Storage and travel required steady packing. Shelves held jars by unit with simple tags. Road baskets used tight lids and soft liners to prevent rub. Pouches for daily use had clear dividers. Straps creaked as loads settled for the road. In cool rooms, lids made dry knocks as jars closed. In warm rooms, the faint sweet smell of recent strikes lingered. No single place carried the full line. The line moved through many rooms. The same mark met the same tests in each one. Museums today hold early lion stators from this period. Faces show bold lines across smooth fields. Reverse squares sit deep with straight edges. Edges show trimming where metal spread at striking. Some pieces carry small bends from long handling. The weight stays near the old unit. Labels give fine spots in western Anatolia. Case air feels cool, and the room remains quiet. The pieces in cases point back to tools, rooms, and hands. They hold the same signs people learn to trust. The lion mark of the court worked because each part matched. The die face stayed simple and strong. The punch held the flange steady and left a known reverse. The furnace kept blanks in a narrow heat range. The scale caught drift before trays moved. Boards set round prices in units people could name. Notes linked batches to rooms and days. Across these parts, the image stood for a steady source. Daily sounds stayed low. Bellows hiss, hammer thud, chalk scrape, and light coin clink. In the early 6th century BCE, Sardis issued fractions beside whole staters. Markets needed small amounts for bread, oil, salt, and short travel. Officials therefore asked the mint to produce regular halves, thirds, sixths, and twelfths. Each size followed the same weight plan as the stater. The aim was simple: quick counting, less cutting, and fewer scale checks. Trays for fractions stood near the striking floor. A scribe added lines to ledgers for each new size. The room kept its warm air and even light. Tools adjusted to fit the small work without changing the method. The lower die held a design cut in strong, plain lines. The upper punch stayed simple and left an incuse on the reverse. A collar on the anvil seated the die tightly so it would not shift. A gauge plate with narrow slots tested thickness quickly. Small tongs with tight jaws gripped thin blanks securely. Oil lamps stood higher than usual to reduce shadows on the anvil top. The furnace gave a low hiss at steady heat. Blank making set the foundation for clean strikes. Workers cast thin cakes in shallow molds for the smaller sizes. Cakes cooled on level stone and felt firm and even under a light tap. Shears cut strips from the cakes according to a board rule. From strips, the crew clipped small squares for rounding. The flan, a blank metal disc, took shape by light hammerwork on a smooth anvil. A sieve under the bench caught tiny trimmings for recovery. The bench surface stayed free of grit and oil. Heat control mattered more as pieces grew smaller. Thin flans softened quickly and could deform in seconds. A tray stood at a fixed distance from the furnace mouth. Colors guided the heater. A faint orange meant the right softness. Tongs lifted one flan, shook off ash, and set it on the die. Overheating caused sticking. Underheating caused shallow lines. The team found a calm middle range and held it. Bellows strokes remained even through the shift. The furnace mouth glowed a quiet orange. Striking followed the same order used for larger pieces, with lighter force. The placer centered the flan by habit and sight. The striker brought the hammer down once with a firm, square blow. A second, lighter tap sharpened detail only when needed. The reverse formed a neat incuse that helped hold the piece. The face showed the chosen type in clear lines at small scale. The struck piece moved to a wooden tray with shallow grooves. Coins tinkled into wooden trays, with a dry, light sound tonight. Checks for weight and measure came often and stayed brief. A small balance held groups of 10 for quick reads. If a group ran light or heavy, the foreman adjusted the tray order. A thin gauge slot confirmed edge thickness in one motion. Outliers returned to the forge for light work. Notes on a wax tablet recorded the count, the tray sign, and any changes. The stylus left shallow grooves that stayed clear under lamplight. The checks kept drift low without stopping the line. Engravers kept designs bold for small faces. They shortened fine lines and raised main shapes. The lion type remained legible when worn and dirty. A test on soft metal showed whether corners held. If a line collapsed at small scale, the engraver lifted it by a trace. The die face then hardened by controlled heating when possible. A fresh die received a short mark to match batch records. Dies for halves, thirds, and sixths sat in labeled slots. A cloth covered the slot rack between runs. Fractions entered storage by fixed bundles and clear tags. Trays filled by unit and moved to a cool room. A thin cord tied stacks in standard counts. Clay tags named the size, the day, and the die mark. Jars held single sizes on separate shelves. A shelf map on a board showed rows and counts. Inspectors lifted random bundles to weigh and count. When amounts matched, lids closed with a dry knock. The air in storage felt cool after the heat of the mint floor. Distribution followed the same routes as whole issues. Palace offices received fractions for wages and small repairs. Gateposts passed mixed trays to side rooms for sorting. Stalls in busy lanes received fresh small change in tight pouches. Shrines kept jars of fractions for lamp oil, grain, and small tools. Road stations accepted fractions for fees and short ferries. The same mark and weight plan linked all these places. Counting came first in most rooms. Weighing stayed for large or mixed totals. Price boards taught people to read new amounts easily. Short lists showed round numbers in halves, thirds, and sixths. Bakers marked loaves at a sixth or a twelfth. Oil sellers posted jugs at a third or a half. Wool sellers used halves for small bundles. Boards used chalk lines and simple drawings of sizes. When rates moved with season, a scribe wiped and drew again. The board settled back on its peg. Hands learned to reach for the right tray before the scale pans moved. Daily stalls needed a steady float of small pieces. Merchants began the day with pouches divided by size. Wooden counting boards with shallow grooves helped quick grouping. 10 pieces filled a groove. 5 grooves made 50. A pebble above the grooves counted sets of 50. When the groove filled, a soft clink marked the move to the next. At closing, remainders poured into labeled trays. A quick check against the master weight ended the count. Cloth covers settled over trays gently. Transport and fares used fixed, visible amounts. Cart drivers and boatmen posted simple marks for short rides. Road posts collected infractions for small loads and short distances. The fee matched a posted line and did not vary within the day. A driver counted pieces into a wooden cup and moved on. The cup emptied into a larger bowl behind the ledge. The bowl made a dry sound as pieces gathered. Records on tablets showed totals by size at day's end. The routine stayed even and clear. Shrines found that fractions fit small duties well. Assistants grouped pieces by tens to fund wick, oil, and repairs. Lampstands near entries burned with low, steady flames. A reed stylus set brief marks for each group on wax. Unusual gifts in weighed metal still appeared, yet jars of fractions served most needs. Strong boxes under tables held tied bundles. The count at week's end matched ledger lines. Temple rooms kept quiet air and cool stone. The work rested on small numbers and repeated checks. Fractions reduced cutting of bars and scraps on stall floors. Less cutting meant fewer filings to sweep and fewer disputes. People learned to name amounts by number rather than by weight. Scales still settled arguments and handled bulky trade. Most small sales closed with counted pieces alone. A buyer held a loaf or a small jug. A seller counted the trade amount. Brass pans clicked less often, yet stayed close at hand. The balance pointer rested straight when the day was calm. Evidence for small change survives across western Anatolia. Early electrum fractions cluster near expected shares of the stater. Halves, thirds, sixths, and twelfths show common weights and sizes. Reverse incuses match punch divisions at small scale. Some pieces show off-center strikes from handwork. Edges sometimes carry light trimming where metal spread. Finds in jars and layers match bundle habits. Museum cases display small types beside whole issues. The weights, marks, and wear fit the early 6th century. Training prepared crews for thin blanks and quick rhythm. New placers practiced centering small flans by touch and sight. New strikers learned to land a single square blow without tilt. Heaters learned to hold a faint orange without smear or crack. Inspectors practiced sampling 10s and 50s on a small balance. Clerks learned to stack grooves without leaning columns. Short lessons repeated often built the habit. The floor kept a low pace, not a fast one. Sounds stayed regular and light. Mint paperwork expanded in small ways to cover fractions. Boards carried extra lines for sizes and tray signs. Wax tablets added columns for halves, thirds, and sixths. Clay tags for storage used the same marks as the boards. When inspectors visited, the same marks guided checks from shelf to tablet. The system made rooms align: mint, office, gate, and shrine. Short seals on tablet edges kept order in the chest. The chest lid closed with a soft scrape. Air in the office felt still. Households handled fractions in plain containers. Small jars held change for bread and oil. Traders carried pouches with narrow dividers. Children learned sizes by look and by columns on boards. Family balances checked saved bundles now and then. Fractions moved in and out with little loss to filings or cuts. The habit reinforced itself by steady use. The same mark, the same weight, and the same count returned each day. The practice reduced talk and increased simple motion. Metal supply matched demand through careful planning. The mint scheduled small runs between larger ones. When markets called for more sixths, dies for sixths moved forward. When oil rates shifted, thirds saw a brief rise. Records from gate posts and shrines signaled these changes. Foremen read notes in the afternoon and set trays for morning. Charcoal baskets stood stacked by size near the furnace. Tongs and punches for fractions lay ready in padded slots. The floor met these changes without rush. Across the city, small change supported clear, short exchanges. The baker set one piece on a board and slid a loaf across. The oil seller counted two larger fractions for a jug. The ferry took a fixed number for a crossing. A shrine recorded 10 pieces for lamp work. A guard paid for a simple meal in sixths. Each act left light sounds on wood and brief marks on wax. Brass pans still clicked softly nearby. The beam showed level when needed, and then rested again. Through these measured steps, fractions of the stater made ordinary trade simple. Small pieces entered pouches, jars, and trays with clear labels. Price boards showed round numbers and familiar sizes. Weighing remained for large or mixed amounts, not for bread and fare. Trust gathered around fixed counts that matched posted lines. The mint held the plan with steady dies and even heat. In the quiet rooms, coins tinkled into wooden trays with a dry, light sound. The day ended with covers over boards and cool air in the hall. Around 600 BCE, Sardis sat at a meeting point of roads. Wagons, pack animals, and handcarts reached the city at first light. Caravan drivers and shopkeepers handled the new pieces beside older weights. They learned the look, the mass, and the touch of each size. The same lion type guided quick reading across counters. Trays waited on smooth boards for morning trade. Leather straps creaked as pouches settled against belts in the early morning. The day started with counting, not with cutting. A gatehouse managed entry with steps that changed little by season. A small balance stood on a bench beside a wax tablet. Gate staff took fees in fixed numbers for carts, animals, and loads. When needed, the pointer met a reference weight for a quick check. A clerk set short lines into wax for each entry. Another hand lifted a peg on a tally cord after 10 lines. Brass pans clicked softly and then rested. The gate opened and wheels bumped over packed earth. Caravan kits carried tools for both weight and number. A pouch with narrow dividers held halves, thirds, and sixths. A small counting board in wood showed shallow grooves for tens. A travel balance with short arms checked larger payments. A touchstone sat in a cloth wrap for uncertain pieces. The driver placed goods in even bundles to ease later weighing. Straps tightened across frames with a dry pull. Coin on wood made a light, dry clink with each group of 10. Shopkeepers set floats before the first buyers arrived. A standard set of small pieces filled a board by size. A master weight sat near the balance for the morning test. A posted line on a small board listed round prices by fraction. Chalk lines looked clear under lamplight and early sun. Cloth covers folded back from trays and pans. A shallow bowl caught sweepings from trimming older bars. The room held cool air that warmed slowly. Counters felt smooth and clean under hand. Acceptance used touch, sight, and simple tools. A merchant first read the main type and the unit size. Fingers checked rim and thickness without pressing hard. The piece then touched a balance beside a small weight. If doubt remained, a quick streak crossed a touchstone. Electrum left a pale gold line that matched known pieces. In rare cases, a tiny nick at the edge showed inner color. The test stayed small and neat. The piece returned to the tray or to a reject jar calmly. Prices in lanes and courtyards favored counting over weighing. Bread, oil, salt, and small cloth moved for sixths and twelfths. Jugs and bundles found fair rates at thirds and halves. Whole staters handled larger purchases without long checks. Sellers slid pieces into board grooves in groups of 10. Buyers watched the groups form and stay level. Pans stood nearby but moved less often. Coins tinkled into wooden trays with a dry, light sound tonight. The sound matched steady hands and even motions. Road stations repeated these habits beyond the walls. A short board hung in each post house with fixed fees. Fodder, water, a stall space, and a sleeping place showed clear amounts. A clerk grouped pieces into a cup and emptied the cup into a bowl. A wax tablet took short strokes for each service. Pack animals drank, and harness buckles settled again. Wheels rolled forward after a brief rest. The same units appeared at the next post without change. Travel kept a simple rhythm. At small ferries and bridges, counting moved people and goods quickly. The keeper lifted a cord when the cup held the posted amount. Boats crossed short spans with the same routine. When a piece looked thin or pale, the touchstone served the keeper. The streak matched, and the cup emptied. If doubt remained, a balance answered in one step. The board beside the keeper held numbers, not words. Water moved under planks with a low, steady sound. Rope rubbed softly where it met wood. Shops learned to keep small change steady across a day. A float began strong and refilled at set pauses. Clerks poured remainders into labeled trays during these checks. A quick test against a master weight kept drift low. A larger jar held whole staters for later purchases. Paper did not serve here. Wax and clay carried the notes. The stylus left clean lines. The clay tag tied to a bundle moved with it. Shelves stayed orderly and cool behind counters. Market traffic showed mild changes with season and roadwork. Harvests brought more sixths for food and storage jars. Shearing time lifted halves for wool and cord. Long-distance caravans preferred whole staters at exchanges. Stall keepers shifted tray order to match these patterns. Boards showed small edits in chalk at such times. A cloth wiped a line smooth, and a fresh mark replaced it. The post returned to stillness after the change. Counting tools remained the same throughout. Trust grew from repeated matches across places. The die mark stayed clear enough to read in low light. The weight stayed close to plan across many trays. The touchstone line stayed within a familiar range. Inspectors walked lanes with masterpieces in padded slots. A sample met the pan, then the stone, and then the tray. Notes entered wax and moved to longer boards later. The room sound stayed low. Pan click, tablet scratch, and cloth slide. No step stood apart from the others. Older methods remained nearby and useful. Bars and wire still paid for bulk goods and repairs. Scales checked such lots and brought both systems together. A buyer might count pieces to a base amount and finish with weighed metal. A seller used a simple rule for adding or subtracting a sixth. These mixes kept trade smooth while habits changed slowly. The beam found level with familiar weight. The board grooves filled with familiar numbers. Both ways worked without conflict. Coastal towns and inland posts aligned their tools by simple visits. Gate staff carried masterpieces to road stations on set days. A keeper adjusted a balance to match the mark. A market posted the same units and drawings on its board. Harbor crews used the unit for portage fees and storage. A driver found the same third, the same sixth, and the same half at each stop. Fewer disputes meant shorter delays. The road felt shorter when tools agreed. Counting moved before weighing almost everywhere. Evidence for these early users survives in varied finds. Hoards near roads hold mixed sizes tied with cord. Wear on small pieces shows frequent handling in daily trade. Pouch fittings and board fragments come from shop layers. Touchstones with many pale streaks align with simple testing. Gate records in clay or impressions persist where rooms stayed dry. The dates match the early 6th century and nearby decades. The objects link roads, stalls, and offices. Together they show steady movement of marked metal. Households adopted small containers for routine needs. A jar near a shelf held sixths for bread and lamp oil. A larger jar held halves for market days. Family balances checked stored bundles a few times each month. Cloth wraps kept pieces apart by size and count. The habit reduced waste from filings and time at pans. Counting by units entered daily speech. The same numbers returned at the baker, the oil stall, and the ferry. The routine remained plain and repeatable. Caravans planned day lengths by posts and water, not by bargaining time. Fees stayed fixed and clear along the route. Loads tied down at each pause with steady motions. Straps passed through boards with a dry rasp. Hooves struck packed earth in regular pace. A driver's kit answered the same checks at each gate. The pouch lightened and then gained weight again as goods moved. The balance stood ready, but did not often slow a short trade. The road held many small steps and few stops. Shop storerooms showed the same order as public rooms. Jars stood by unit, and shelves held jars by row. Clay tags faced outward with clear marks. A pegboard carried current pegs for active bundles. The peg moved when stock moved. At week's end, a clerk counted bundles by peg and by jar. A larger board in the office repeated the total. The chest lid closed with a dry knock. The air turned cooler as lamps lowered. The room stayed still after counts finished. Returns and remelts kept supply clean. Bent, split, or off-center pieces filled a small reject jar. At set times, the jar reached a mint furnace with notes attached. Metal returned as cakes or bars of known weight. The type appeared again on new flans after striking. Records paired rejects and returns on facing lines. Losses stayed low under these rules. The mint smelled of charcoal and warm clay. The city returned marked metal to marked metal without fuss. Training for first users remained short and local. Gate staff learned the board and the balance by watching and doing. Shop clerks learned to sort by size and to stack without lean. Caravan hands learned to hold a faint orange in their minds, for mint heat. They did not strike, but they knew a good strike by sight. Inspectors learned to carry the master set and to sample calmly. Each roll had a board or a tablet. Lines on wax linked one room to another room. By late day, the same pieces returned across counters in new hands. Whole staters paid for tallies. Fractions paid for food and fuel. Stacks slid along wood and stopped at board edges. A clerk tied cords at fixed points and set tags. The gate took evening fees with the same cup and bowl. Wax cooled on shelves with shallow lines. Lamps burned lower and steady. Doors closed with soft thuds as awnings dropped. The lane grew quiet while tools rested in order. Through these steady paths, the habit traveled from gate to stall and back. The same unit and type guided quick reading and fair exchange. Touch, weight, and a simple streak made checks brief. Records followed pieces without heavy writing or long sums. The first hands to spend kept the movement calm. Leather straps creaked as pouches settled again for the next road. The city and the roads carried the same sounds: pan clicks, tablet scratches, and dry coin clinks on wood. In the 6th century BCE, local shrines near Sardis kept steady records. Offerings shifted from weighed bars to counted coin in clear steps. The buildings held forecourts, inner rooms, and small offices with shelves. A wooden desk faced the doorway for light and simple access. An offering box with a narrow slot stood beside the desk. A wax tablet lay ready for notes in a smooth frame. A reed stylus rested across its edge, dry and clean. Lamplight glowed softly on stone floors and plastered walls. The office arranged tools for a plain routine each day. A small balance stood near the corner for occasional checks. A reference weight matched the local stater and sat in a dish. Counting boards with shallow grooves waited on the desk shelf. Trays for halves, thirds, and sixths stacked by size beside them. A touchstone lay wrapped in cloth for rare tests. A jar of chalk sat near a flat reference stone on the sill. The room felt cool, and sounds stayed low and even. The first task was opening yesterday's sealed jars and boxes. A clay seal, a lump of clay stamped with a mark, broke cleanly. The lid lifted with a dry knock against wood. Inside, bundles showed cords tied at fixed points. Clay tags named sizes, counts, and day marks. An assistant set bundles into trays by unit. The priest read the list from the previous tablet line. The numbers matched before any new counting began. Offerings entered through the box slot during steady hours. Coins dropped in light steps onto a lined wooden tray inside. Cloth inside the box dulled the fall, so edges stayed clean. At set times, an assistant unlocked the box with a key. The tray slid out and set on the desk for sorting. Pieces grouped by size in shallow grooves of the board. Tens formed first, then 50s, then hundreds when needed. A reed stylus scratched gently across a waxed board at the desk. Older forms still appeared beside marked pieces. Some givers left metal by weight in small bags. The balance met a reference weight and found level with short motion. A touchstone showed a pale gold line for electrum when needed. Notes recorded the weight and the source in brief lines. These lots then joined a remelt jar or moved to storeroom bins. Over time, such entries grew fewer on tablets. Counting by units became the common path. Posting needs guided how offerings were used through the week. A small board listed fuel, lamp wicks, bread for visitors, and repairs. The list used simple words and round amounts in fractions and wholes. Costs for oil and grain changed a little by season. When a line changed, chalk wiped smooth and returned in fresh strokes. The board leaned back against its peg and stayed still. The plan kept spending calm and visible. The day then returned to grouping, counting, and short notes. Disbursement followed a clear order with few tools. Coins for oil moved first into a cloth bag by unit. The bag tied with 2 knots at fixed marks on the cord. A clay tag named the size and the purpose in plain strokes. The priest pressed a seal onto soft clay beside the knot. The bag passed to the buyer or keeper for purchase. A matching note went onto the wax tablet with date and line. The bag made a soft shift when lifted from the desk. Bread for visitors drew from small fractions in steady amounts. Assistants counted sixths into wooden cups with smooth rims. When a cup filled, the cup emptied into a larger bowl. The bowl, lined with cloth, kept edges from rubbing. The reed stylus added a short mark for each cup. Near midday, a runner carried the bowl to a nearby oven. The return brought a note of loaves received and remaining pieces. Warm air moved over the threshold in a brief wave. Lamp fuel kept the rooms clear and bright at low levels. The shrine bought oil by the jug using thirds or halves. The clerk counted pieces into a narrow-necked bag and sealed it. A second person checked the count on a small balance by tens. If the balance showed level, the bag went out at once. Lamps along the hall burned with still, small flames. The air held a light scent of clean oil near the stands. Records marked the time and amount in short lines. Repairs used larger fractions and sometimes whole staters. Tiles, plaster, and joinery required simple contracts noted on wax. A worker's name, the task, and the amount appeared in brief words. Payment moved in bundles tied with fixed cords and clay tags. For larger work, weighed metal still appeared beside counted pieces. The balance joined the desk for those moments. After payment, a clerk copied the line to a longer tablet. The line ended with a small seal at the edge. Storage stayed orderly and cool behind the office door. Jars stood by unit on shelves marked with short signs. Halves filled the upper left. Thirds filled the next row. Sixths and twelfths kept to lower shelves for easy reach. Whole staters sat higher and farther back. A shelf map on a shard showed rows and counts by hand. Cloth covers fell over jars when counting paused. The room remained quiet, except for light steps and lid knocks. Weekly review linked the shrine to city standards. An inspector visited with a master weight in a cedar box. The balance met the masterpiece first and found level. A chalk cross touched the reference stone on the sill. Samples from trays also met the balance by tens. Off-center pieces, when found, went aside for remelt at the mint. The reed stylus added a short line for each test. The process ended with a seal on the week tablet. Documents held the memory of each small step. Tablets recorded intake, use, and stock with plain words and numbers. A diptych, 2 wax tablets joined by cord, carried the month in 2 leaves. The first leaf held totals by day. The second held spending lines. When filled, the diptych closed and moved to a shelf box. Clay tags named months in simple marks. Sometimes an ostrakhan, a pottery sherd used for notes, carried quick reminders. The materials stayed simple and durable. On busy days, extra hands joined without changing the rhythm. Festivals brought longer lines and fuller trays in the forecourt. 2 boards replaced one on the desk to speed grouping. One scribe added counts, while another checked tens and fifties. Offerings in grain or cloth stood aside for later measure. The lamp wicks burned steady along the wall in 2 rows. Voices stayed low, and steps stayed precise. The board for needs waited until the room returned to quiet. Shrine income also moved outward in small, regular paths. A share supported water carriers, sweepers, and guard watches. A share paid for incense and simple textiles for covers. A share helped travelers who slept in side rooms. Each path used tied bundles with clay tags and brief lines. At day's end, remainders returned to jars by unit. The keys turned, and seals pressed onto soft clay. The office grew still as lamps lowered. Stone held the day's coolness again. Some offerings remained in weighed form by custom. Silver bars paid for special vows or repairs in certain places. The balance handled those gifts with careful tests. A touchstone streak confirmed type when color seemed pale. The scribe wrote both weight and source in clear words. The bar moved to a secure shelf for later melting. The note on the tablet showed where it went and why. Coins continued to carry most tasks without long weighing. Evidence for these practices appears across western Anatolia. Hoards near temples show bundles tied with cord and clay tags. Small jars with narrow mouths match storage in cool rooms. Fragments of counting boards appear with shallow, worn grooves. Touchstones with many pale streaks align with quick checks at desks. Clay seals with simple devices survive in storeroom layers. Coins with moderate wear suggest frequent handling and quiet counting. Dates fit the 6th century and nearby decades. Training for shrine staff stayed short and practical. New assistants learned to group by tens before writing numbers. They practiced setting grooves without leaning columns or skipped spaces. They learned to keep trays free from grit and stray filings. They learned to pull a clean line with the stylus, not a scratch. They carried jars by base and not by rim. They closed lids with a gentle turn to preserve fit. These habits kept the day smooth and records clear. The shift from weight to count changed the pace at desks. Formerly, offerings in metal required cutting, filing, and many checks. Now most gifts entered as familiar sizes that matched boards. The balance remained, yet it moved less and rested more. The touchstone answered only when sight left doubt. Chalk on the reference stone returned once each morning. A wax line showed the day, and the desk moved on. The pace matched the small, needed tasks of a shrine. Shrines used the city's units to match markets and gates. The stater set the whole. Fractions handled daily purchases and gifts. Oil sellers and bakers accepted the same sizes without delay. Repairs billed in units that matched posted rates in lanes. The office copied those rates in round numbers for quick reading. The lines remained visible, but not large. The same system linked mint, stall, and shrine. Movement between them required only trays and boards. Afternoons ended with reconciliation against the morning stock. A clerk read the first tablet line and matched each jar. Bundles spent for oil, bread, and repairs left clear gaps. New intakes stood on the desk in tied stacks. The final line showed the balance of the day. A seal touched the corner of the tablet, and the tablet cooled. The lid of the chest settled into its groove with a small sound. Air in the office felt still and faintly warm. Through these steps, shrine accounts adjusted to counted coin with ease. Priests and assistants noted amounts against repairs, fuel, and bread. The same units used on roads now guided small local needs. Groups of 10 kept order without long sums. Jars, boards, and tablets held the memory of each day. The reed stylus scratched gently across a waxed board at the desk. Lamps gave low light and coins made dry. Light sounds in trays. The routine continued without haste in the quiet rooms. In the 6th century BCE, the palace managed intake and payment with counted coin. Offices faced a central court with stone floors and shaded colonnades. A side room held smooth tables for counting and trays for storage. Shelves along the wall carried jars by unit and size. A lockable chest stood under the window for finished tablets. Lamps hung from brackets and burned with low, steady flames. The air felt cool away from the yard. Footsteps softened over rush mats near the desks. Taxes reached the palace from gates, markets, and road posts. Fees for stalls, carts, and storage arrived as tied bundles of coin. Some sums came weekly, others monthly, by posted rule. A ledger tablet listed sources, days, and amounts in short lines. Grain, oil, and wool also came as goods. The office converted part of those goods into coin for wages and repairs. A small board showed the simple rates for such exchanges. Numbers stayed round for clear reading under lamplight. Tools matched the task and kept order steady. A small balance checked samples in tens. A master weight for the stater sat in a cedar box. Counting boards with shallow grooves grouped pieces by tens and fifties. Reference stones held a chalk cross after the morning test. Reed styluses rested on wax tablets within wooden frames. Clay tags on cords named bundles by unit and day. A touchstone waited for rare tests of doubtful pieces. Paper rustle did not sound here. Wax received quiet lines. Intake followed a careful path from doorway to shelf. A clerk checked the seal on each bag and read its mark. The knot opened, and coins slid onto a smooth table. Stacks slid softly across a smooth table in the quiet side room. The clerk grouped tens into the board grooves and counted again. A second hand weighed a sample stack against a reference. When amount and weight matched, the tray moved to storage. The reed stylus set a short line and lifted. Some taxes still came in weighed metal or goods by agreement. A balance handled these lots with a quick test and note. The touchstone made a pale gold line for electrum when needed. The office recorded weight and source in plain words. Metal then moved to a jar for later remelt at the mint. Goods moved to storerooms or to market exchange. Over time, counted coin replaced most of these forms. The balance still stood ready, but the counting board led. Storage stood cool and simple behind a barred door. Jars held whole staters on upper shelves with fractions below. Each jar carried a clay tag naming unit, count, and day. A shelf map on a shard showed rows and totals for quick review. Cloth covers kept dust off rims and cords. Guards watched the corridor on a fixed schedule. Keys remained with two officials who met for openings. The room stayed quiet except for lid knocks and light steps over stone. Wages left the palace in regular cycles for many workers. Road crews, gate teams, messengers, stable hands, and builders waited by roster. The roster board showed names, tasks, and due amounts in units. Paymasters prepared small bags the day before distribution. Bags tied with cords at fixed knots and carried clay tags. Halves, thirds, and sixths handled most daily pay. Larger sums for projects used whole staters. The counts matched round amounts on posted boards. Distribution days began with a test of tools and stock. The balance met the master weight and settled. A chalk cross returned to the reference stone. Counting boards spread across tables for quick grouping. A clerk read the roster line by line. Another clerk matched a bag to each name and mark. A third hand checked the count again on the small balance. The bag closed with a gentle pull on the cord. The line moved without hurry under even light. Scribes used simple forms, so audits stayed brief and exact. A pay tablet showed columns for name, unit, count, and seal. A tally cord above the desk marked tens of payments with movable pegs. When a row of pegs filled, a stylus scratched a short line. At month's end, the office copied totals to a larger tablet. That tablet paired intake and outflow in calm, straight lines. A seal on the edge closed the account for that period. Tablets cooled on a shelf in order. Monthly audits paired the room to city standards. Inspectors arrived with masterpieces in padded slots. They weighed sample bundles and checked counts against tablets. Differences, when found, received a short remark and a quick fix. Sometimes a jar held a mix of sizes by mistake. The staff poured the jar onto a board and regrouped by unit. The room stayed quiet while hands moved pieces. A final line on wax confirmed the set righted. Keys turned, and lids settled again. Procurement for palace work used counted coin and brief notes. Roof tiles, timber, oil, and grain moved by simple contracts. A contract tablet named the good, the amount, and the unit cost. Payment left in tied bundles with a matching clay tag. Receipts returned as short lines on a small tablet. If a load arrived partial, the remainder stayed due without dispute. Counting boards and jars made checks quick at the gate. The sound was wood on stone and light coin clinks. Seasonal tasks shifted totals without changing the tools. Spring roads needed more wages and more six for crews. Harvest season brought larger intake from markets and storage posts. Building repairs rose after heavy rain and wind. The office adjusted tray order and jar space to match. A chalk line moved on the shelf map, and a new tag appeared. Lamps burned a little longer during these weeks. The pace remained low and steady, even with added lists. Communication with the mint kept supply aligned with need. Clerks sent notes asking for certain fractions by next week. Sixth-size pieces supported food and transport payments. Thirds and halves matched oil, timber, and fodder. Whole staters handled contracts and stock transfers. The mint replied with bundles tied and tagged. Reject jars from the palace returned bent or worn pieces for remelt. The circle stayed short between rooms. The furnace hiss in one place supported quiet counting in another. Records preserved memory across many small actions. A diptych, 2 wax tablets joined by cord, held the month's pay lines. A larger board summarized intake, outflow, and remainder by unit. Clay tags bore simple marks that anyone in the office could read. When a case closed, the tablets moved to a chest with a short seal. The chest lid lowered with a soft scrape. Cool air held by stone met the faint scent of lamp oil. The room returned to stillness after the last mark. Training for palace staff focused on plain steps and steady hands. New clerks learned to group by tens before writing numbers. They practiced stacking columns without lean or gaps. They learned to match jar tags with shelf maps without mistake. They cleaned knife edges on balances with a cloth before tests. They handled clay tags by cords to keep marks clear. They closed lids with gentle pressure to preserve fit. Small habits kept totals true and time short. Security stayed simple and visible rather than heavy or harsh. 2 officials opened storage together and signed a short line. Guards walked slow passes and changed at fixed hours. Doors used bar locks and pegs that showed tampering. Seals on tablets and tags matched office marks. When bundles left, the clerk read numbers aloud once and then stopped. The path from shelf to table to doorway stayed direct. Order came from routine and clear tools, not from force. At day's end, the office matched morning stock to evening lines. Intake trays emptied into jars with their tags facing outward. Pay bags for tomorrow stood in a row by size. The balance pointer hung straight over the base. Counting boards cleaned of dust slid back onto shelves. The chalk cross on the reference stone remained pale and neat. A lamp wick trimmed low made a small, even light. Doors closed with soft thuds, and the corridor fell quiet. Across weeks and months, the palace store joined many rooms. gates, markets, shrines, posts, and the mint fed and drew from it. The same units and marks passed through each space without pause. Hands learned the feel of tens and fifties on boards. Ears learned the light clink of finished stacks on wood. Eyes learned the simple chalk cross that opened each day. The system favored counting first and weighing when needed. The pace remained even as tasks repeated. Through these measured routines, the palace at Sardis managed coin with care. Taxes arrived in tied bundles and moved to jars by unit. Wages left as small bags that matched posted lines and rosters. Scribes grouped pieces by unit to speed distribution and audits each month. Stacks slid softly across smooth tables in the quiet side rooms. Wax held short lines. Clay held short marks. Wood held shallow grooves. The rooms stayed cool. The lamps stayed low. And the numbers stayed clear. In early Lydia, between about 630 and 550 BCE, coins carried marks. The stamped face linked each piece to a guarantor, the authority that promises value. That link mattered more than metal alone. People looked for three signs that worked together. Weight met a standard unit on the beam. Design matched a known die face from the mint. Feel in the hand confirmed edge thickness and shallow relief. Together, these signs made a simple, predictable proof. Weight came first because numbers stayed plain on balances. Every morning, clerks tested a small balance with a master weight. The stater sat near 14 grams, about half an ounce in modern terms. Fractions rested under that point at known steps. 10 pieces met a counterweight that matched their total. If the pointer held steady, counting could lead the way. If drift showed, the tray paused for checks. Brass pans clicked once and then hung quiet. Design gave a second, quick signal on the face. The mint cut dies with bold lines for clear reading. Early issues near Sardis often showed a lion face. The reverse held an incuse from a divided punch. Inspectors learned small features of each die family. A brow line, a ear notch, or a paw curve marked continuity. These details helped separate correct pieces from odd ones. A glance in low light often settled first doubts. Lamps glowed and lines stayed visible. Feel in the hand formed the third sign. Edges on true pieces showed even thickness. Relief sat shallow but distinct above a smooth field. Fingers found the edge and the raised lines without strain. Thumbs rubbed shallow relief until it felt right in the palm again. Wear rounded high points, but did not erase main shapes. Off-center pieces felt thin in part and moved aside for return. The habit of touch grew from daily use, not from rules alone. The guarantor's promise lived inside rooms and routines. The mint kept records that tied metal batches to die marks. Clay tags linked trays, jars, and lists by simple signs. Inspectors sampled trays each day and wrote short lines in wax. A rejected group returned to the furnace or the forge. Passing groups moved to storage and then to offices. The same papers and tags followed them quietly. A seal at the tablet edge closed each run. Markets repeated these checks at a smaller scale. Shopkeepers grouped pieces by 10 in shallow board grooves. A small balance weighed a sample stack against a reference. If a piece looked pale, a touchstone gave a quick streak. Electrum left a light gold line that matched known marks. A doubtful edge received a tiny nick to see inside. Notes stayed brief. Size, count, and sign. Pans, boards, and stones kept the room calm. Light sounds marked each step. Shrines and posts used the same routine with few tools. An offering box fed trays that formed tens and fifties. A reed stylus recorded groups on wax with short strokes. Fees at gates and ferries sat on posted boards and units. Keepers held a master weight and a touchstone in padded slots. Samples met the pan and the stone when needed. The boards changed little by week or season. Water moved under planks with a soft, even sound. Rope rubbed lightly near the posts. From time to time, a false or altered piece appeared. The test stayed simple and calm, without harsh treatment. The touchstone showed a streak that did not match. The balance showed weight outside narrow steps. The die face looked wrong by ear notch or brow line. The piece then moved to a small jar for return and remelt. A note recorded the place, the test, and the day. The counter returned to quiet work. People learned that tools would settle the question. Trust grew as marks behaved the same across places. A driver met the same unit at gates along the road. A baker read the same sizes on boards in the lane. A clerk in the palace read the same die mark on trays. A shrine assistant grouped the same fractions for lamps and bread. The circle repeated without new instruction. Counting came first, weighing followed when needed. The sound pattern held everywhere: pan click, wax scratch, light coin clink. Teaching these signs did not require long lessons. New clerks learned to center stacks in grooves without lean. They learned to test tens on a balance and move on. New keepers learned the steady rub on a touchstone. They compared the streak to a familiar range of lines. New inspectors learned die details by looking at sample boards. Short notes listed key features in plain words. Practice made the motions quiet and sure. The room stayed orderly while hands learned. Wear changed surfaces, but not the idea of proof. High points on a design softened after years of handling. Edges thinned at one spot if strikes ran cold. Inspectors recognized such patterns and allowed modest range. When a piece fell below safe marks, it moved to remelt. Remelt returned metal to the mint in clean cakes. New blanks formed, and the die face returned. Records tied each step to day and tray. The loop stayed short and efficient. Households supported the habit with small tools. A family balance, a counting board, and a tight pouch sat on a shelf. Parents taught sizes by arranging columns of tens. They showed how a sixth and a sixth made a third. They placed a master token on the pan and watched the pointer. These actions kept private stores clear and ready. Jars held small change for bread and oil. Whole staters waited for large needs. Covers closed with a soft tap. The guarantor's power mattered because marks reached beyond sight. People did not all know metal mixes or furnace plans. They knew a posted unit, a clear face, and a clean feel. The court kept the link between mark and practice. Master weights lived in cedar boxes in quiet rooms. Dies carried short marks that matched tablets. Inspectors walked lanes with padded slots for samples. All of this sat behind a simple lion face on metal. That face stood for the process that nobody carried in mind. Evidence today shows how marks built trust step by step. Early electrum pieces near Sardis group around stater and fraction weights. Reverse incuses match punch divisions used at mints. Die links travel across trays and hoards in known patterns. Touchstones from sites show many pale streaks from quick tests. Clay tags with short signs survive in storage layers. Counting boards with worn grooves match repeated tens. Together, these objects describe a system that people could learn and keep. Seasonal change did not unsettle the tests. In spring, damp air slowed drying of tablets and tags. Clerks warmed wax near a small lamp before writing. In summer, awnings widened to shield balances from drafts. In autumn, winds rose, and screens stood near doorways. In winter, hours shortened, and checks moved closer to lamps. The tools stayed in place, and the order stayed the same. The chalk cross on the reference stone returned each morning. The rooms held quiet sounds at every season. Trust also relied on how disputes ended. If numbers disagreed, both sides watched the balance with a reference. If color looked off, both watched a streak on the touchstone. If design seemed odd, both compared to a known die on a board. A short wax line recorded the result without long words. The piece rejoined a tray, or it moved to a jar for return. Hands settled, and work went on. The method kept tempers low and totals clear. Roads learned these signals as fast as markets. Gate lists showed the same sizes as lane boards. Station keepers used the same master weights as office clerks. Ferries and bridges kept the same cups and bowls for fees. Caravans planned time by distance, not by bargaining. The pouch lightened and grew heavier in steady cycles. Leather straps creaked as loads shifted against frames. Bells on animals gave low notes near water. The habit moved where people moved. Over years, the stamped face became a shared memory. People recalled a brow line, a weight on the palm, a pan click. A child learned to rub a thumb over shallow relief until it felt right. A clerk learned to stop when the chalk cross marked morning checks. A driver learned to pour tens into a wooden cup without spilling. The guarantor's sign turned into ordinary sight. No speech needed to follow it. The sign and the steps formed one path. Within offices, trust was written as short, repeatable lines. Tablets paired intake and outflow by unit and day. Clay tags bore the same marks as the tablet edge. Shelf maps matched rows of jars to tablet sums. When auditors came, they traced the same marks with a finger. Samples matched the balance. Pieces matched the die mark. The final seal pressed into wax, and the room grew quiet again. Stone held cool air. Lamps dimmed to small, even flames. Across Lydia, simple agreement kept the mark alive. Mints kept dies within a known style. Markets kept posted boards near the same units. Shrines kept counting boards with grooves that fit small sizes. Gates kept cups for fixed fees and bowls for totals. Palaces kept ledgers, tags, and jars by unit. Each place behaved in ways the others understood. That plain sameness turned a stamp into a promise. The promise rode in pouches and jars without noise. Through these steady habits, a mark meant more than a picture. It bound a piece to a source through weight, design, and feel. It called on balances, stones, and boards for quick proof. It met eyes, hands, and tools in calm order. When metal wore thin, the mark returned through remelt. When lists filled, new tablets took the lines. The promise lasted because rooms and people behaved the same way. The coin felt right in the palm again, and work continued. In the early 6th century BCE, roads from Sardis ran west to the sea. Pack animals and carts followed known stops with water and fodder. Drivers carried tied bundles of coin beside weighed metal and goods. The lion mark and the stater unit now guided most small payments. Fractions covered food, rope, and storage space on the way. At the edge, stone quays met slow water and fixed piers. Warehouses stood with wide doors and shaded fronts. The air felt cooler by the shore. Harbor water lapped against stone in steady notes. Harbor towns arranged work for land and water together. A gatehouse faced the road. A wharf office faced the pier. Counting boards and balances stood in both rooms. Posted lines showed fees in round units for berth, crane, and guard watch. A clerk's desk held wax tablets, clay tags, and a touchstone. Jars for whole staters stood high. Jars for fractions stood low. A reference stone sat on a sill with a pale chalk cross. The same tools matched the inland rooms, piece for piece. City officials matched weights to welcome inland trade. Inspectors brought a master stater and its fractions in a cedar box. The box opened in view of port staff and stall keepers. A small balance met the master and settled at level. A chalk mark returned to the reference stone beside the window. Stalls checked their weights against the set and filed edges if needed. Boards in lanes copied the same unit names as in the capital. The process stayed brief and quiet. People returned to regular counting at once. Exchange tables stood near the wharf for special needs. A changer, a person who exchanged foreign pieces for local units, kept a balance and a posted board. Visitors came with foreign coin or weighed metal from their holds. The changer tested weight and made a quick streak on the touchstone. A fair rate in local units appeared on the board in round lines. Fees stayed small and fixed. The changer grouped tens into cups and poured them into bowls. The room sounded like light coin clinks and soft board taps. Goods moved across short spaces with clear fees. Oil, wine, grain, and wool filled jars and sacks in even shares. Timber and hides stacked in measured bundles for cranes. Copper and lead arrived as bars of set weight. The port charged in fractions for storage and handling. A clerk counted pieces into a cloth bag, tied 2 knots, and pressed a small seal. A matching note went onto a wax tablet. The bag traveled to the warehouse keeper. The tablet cooled with shallow lines near the corner. Ships paid fixed charges by posted list. Berth, line handling, and water filled a short board. Crews read amounts in halves, thirds, and sixths. A cup held the fee and emptied into a larger bowl. If color seemed pale, the touchstone answered in one rub. If weight seemed light, the balance spoke in one step. The board did not move during the day. Harbor water lapped against stone as deals closed quietly in the dusk. Ropes rubbed softly where they met mooring posts. Foreign pieces reached the coast with many faces. Some carried different animals or simple shapes unknown inland. Port clerks learned to take them by weight or by exchange. The balance read mass. The touchstone read a line. If both matched a posted table, the changer counted out the local amount. Off-center or cracked pieces went aside for return. Records stayed short: source, test, and unit. This kept the day smooth. People learned that the board and the tools would settle differences gently. Rates between standards appeared on small boards near the desk. The board listed the local stater, a nearby coastal unit, and known fractions. Lines used round numbers when fine detail did not matter. Inspectors updated the board after joint checks with neighbors. The chalk cloth wiped the old line and set a new line in calm strokes. The balance then met test stacks and came to level again. The rate board returned to its peg. The office resumed its quiet pace. Storage at the harbor copied inland order. Jars by unit filled shelves from floor to lintel. Clay tags named size, count, and day mark. Pegboards tracked bundles on loan to work crews. Keys rested with 2 officials who opened together. The room stayed cool under thick walls. Lids closed with dry knocks. When a ship paid a large sum, whole staters dropped into deep bowls and moved to tall jars. For small fees, fractions fell with a light sound into shallow trays. The labels faced outward for quick checks. Shrines near the water used the same counted coin. Offerings in 10s and 50s covered lamp oil and bread for visitors. A reed stylus scratched short lines on wax by the door. The office held a small balance for rare weighing. The touchstone stayed wrapped, unless color left doubt. Jars for small change sat lower for daily reach. A clerk carried sealed bags to oil sellers by the quay. Wick, oil, and repair costs returned as brief lines and simple seals. The court and the harbor shared one routine. Evidence for these coastal steps appears in fines along the shore. Lead weights with clear marks match inland units. Touchstones with pale streaks come from rooms beside quays. Hoards in harbor quarters hold tied stacks of small fractions. Amphora handles bare stamps that track storage and shipment. Counting boards appear in fragments with worn grooves for tens. Ceilings and tags rest in layers near store doors. Scholars place many of these objects in the 6th century BCE. Together they show weight and number moving with quiet order. Port staff trained for steady rhythm and short checks. New clerks learned to group tens and grooves without lean. They moved 50s into cups and 100s into bowls. They tested stacks on a small balance, then wrote one short line. New changers learned posted rates and touchstone use. They compared streaks to a sample board under lamplight. New inspectors carried masterpieces in padded slots. They handled weights by the edges to protect marks. The harbor stayed calm while hands learned. Seasons shaped motion without changing the tools. Spring winds brought early ships and fresh grain. Summer traffic grew and then held steady in clear weather. Autumn moved wine and oil in firm cycles. Winter shortened hours and closed some days. Rates did not shift quickly. Boards changed only when necessary. Awnings widened in bright months to guard balances from drafts. Lamps moved closer to desks in shorter light. Water sounds stayed steady at the quay. Ropes and posts stayed in place. Road timing met sea timing in simple plans. Drivers reached the harbor at set hours to meet cranes. Wharf fees settled by unit before loads shifted. Crews knew which jars paid storage overnight. Stalls near the gate posted the same units as inland markets. A buyer filled a tally by tens and lifted a tied bag. A seller set a seal and a short line in wax. The balance stood ready, but did not slow small trade. Counting led, and weighing followed when needed. The flow moved both ways across the threshold. Inland goods reached ships with counted fees and short notes. Coastal goods returned to inland lanes under the same rules. Oil and salt sailed in. Wool and timber moved out. The stater and its fractions passed through hands without pause. Pouches settled against belts at dawn. Leather creaked softly near the road. At dusk, coins slid in light stacks across smooth tables. Harbor water kept its low rhythm beyond the door. Officials kept links to the mint and the inland office. Requests for certain fractions traveled as simple tablets. 6th size pieces paid many small harbor charges. Thirds and halves suited jugs, rope, and day wages. Whole staters settled contracts and storage for long spans. Bent or thin pieces filled a reject jar for return and remelt. The mint sent back fresh bundles with plain tags. The circle stayed short and clear. Furnace hiss inland answered coin clinks at the quay. Audits kept rooms aligned without noise. Inspectors sampled jars and bowls by tens. Balances met masterpieces and settled. Rate boards matched posted lines across the district. A few remarks in wax covered small changes. Doors opened and closed with soft thuds as checks moved along. When the chalk cross faded, someone drew it again. The mark sat pale and calm on the stone. The same movements repeated the next week. The harbor and the roads held to one plan. Households in coastal quarters adopted the habit for daily needs. Small jars held 6 for bread and fish. Larger jars held halves for oil and lamp wicks. Family balances checked saved bundles once in a while. Cloth wraps kept sizes apart in storage boxes. Children learned sizes by columns of tens on small boards. Shops nearby took the same units without weighing. Life at the edge followed the same quiet steps. The sea added low water sounds and cool air at night. Some foreign merchants later struck coins of their own. Scholars suggest nearby towns began local types by mid-century. Styles varied, but the habit stayed the same. Units matched rate boards where trade met trade. Touchstones, balances, and posted lines still stood near doors. The new faces gained trust by acting like the old faces. People watched weight, design, and feel in one path. The system did not break when new marks appeared. It stretched across rooms and stayed clear. By these measured moves, the inland habit reached the coast and held. Roads, gates, and quays shared one language of weight and count. City officials matched standards, so visitors met no surprise. Changers and clerks kept short tools and shorter notes. Goods crossed from cart to deck without long talk. Harbor water lapped against stone as deals closed quietly in the dusk. Lamps burned low in offices beside the pier. The day ended with lids set, tags turned outward, and rooms at rest. Around the mid-6th century BCE, Croesus ruled at Sardis in western Anatolia. Scholars place his reign near 560 to 546 BCE. During this time, officials likely introduced distinct gold and silver issues. Earlier electrum carried mixed metal and invited small doubts in big exchanges. Clear metal types reduced doubt and shortened tests at the balance. People could count pieces and trust the posted unit without long talk. The mint adjusted tools and records to match this plan. The change moved by routine, not by show. Metal preparation shifted from mixing to separating with firm attention. Workshops still melted river electrum, but they pushed parting further. Parting means taking silver out of electrum to enrich gold. One method used cementation, sealed heating with salt and clay to draw silver. Another method used cupellation, heating silver with lead so slag pulled waste away. Workers chose steps by batch and by goal. Gold moved toward a steady yellow. Silver moved toward a steady pale shine. The furnace gave a low hiss as bellows breathed. Separate stores kept flows clean from the start. Trays for gold stood on one shelf. Trays for silver stood on another. Clay tags named metal, size, and day in plain marks. Touchstones sat in pairs near the balance. A deep yellow streak signaled rich gold. A bright white line signaled clean silver. The heater watched color at the furnace mouth and at the tray edge. Tongs lifted blanks with careful spacing. Kiln heat breathed through vents with a low, steady rush at night. Weights and units adapted without confusion. The stator remained the base idea, now struck in gold and in silver. Fractions matched familiar steps for daily use. Whole pieces served large payments and contracts. Officials posted rate relations between gold and silver on a small board. The board used round numbers that clerks could read quickly. A changer in the office set exchange by that line. Counting boards showed tens and fifties the same way as before. Only the metal type changed. Die work reflected the new clarity. Engravers cut faces that read clean at a glance. Many gold and silver pieces carried a lion and a bull facing one another. Lines stayed bold and shallow for long die life. The reverse kept an incuse from the punch, now even and square. Tests on soft metal checked outline and depth before a run. Dies received short marks that tied them to batch records. The marks helped inspectors trace lots months later. Lamps burned steady over the engraving bench. Striking practices followed the familiar sequence with closer checks. Gold blanks reached a pale orange sooner, and flowed quickly. Silver blanks preferred a slightly lower warmth to avoid sticking. The placer centered each flan on the lower die. The striker landed one firm blow, and sometimes a lighter second. The face set cleanly. The reverse formed a neat square. Finished pieces slid onto wooden trays by unit. A sample stack met the balance for weight. A touchstone streak confirmed metal type at intervals. Prices and payments changed their focus in larger rooms. Palaces used gold for high sums, gifts, and stock transfers. Offices used silver for wages, fodder, and repairs. The same roster boards now carried two columns. One column showed silver amounts for routine work. One column showed gold amounts for special items. Clerks counted bags in order and sealed cords at fixed knots. The sound was light and even as stacks moved. Notes in wax remained brief and clear. Markets and coastal posts adopted the split with little strain. Rate boards showed round lines for goods in silver units. Gold lines appeared for larger measures and long storage. Changers posted simple relations between the two metals. When a ship paid a high berth fee, gold handled the count in fewer stacks. When a stall paid for a week of space, silver matched the daily need. Balances stood nearby but moved less often. Boards remained visible and calm. Audits grew simpler because color and weight told one story. Inspectors carried a gold master and a silver master in a cedar box. Morning tests set a chalk cross on a reference stone. Sample tens met the balance for both metals. Touchstone lines confirmed type without cutting. If drift appeared, trays paused for a short fix. A die with softened lines moved to repair. A punch with a chipped edge retired at once. The routine kept output within narrow steps. Records expanded but stayed plain. A diptych held intake and outflow for gold on one leaf. Silver filled the second leaf with the same headings. Shelf maps used two colors of wax to mark jar rows. Clay tags bore a small added sign for metal type. When a case closed, a seal touched both leaf edges. Tablets cooled on a shelf in order. A chest held past months behind a bar. The lid settled with a soft scrape. Stone walls kept the air still and cool. The mint also handled returns from older electrum stock. Scholars suggest that some electrum came back for exchange or remelt. Office notes recorded source, weight, and day mark. The furnace staff ran parting cycles to pull silver from the mix. Gold slices returned to melt for new ingots and blanks. Silver chloride reduced to metal silver under careful heat. Buttons joined bars for later runs. The process turned mixed trays into two clean streams. Records paired rejects and returns on facing lines. Design taught trust with less effort once metals split. A gold face and a silver face looked different under lamplight. Clerks learned to sort by color before reading lines. Fingers learned the feel of edge and relief in both metals. Thumbs rubbed shallow relief until it felt right in the palm again. The touchstone backed up sight when dust or wear blurred detail. The balance confirmed weight as usual. The three signs stayed in agreement. Supply planning matched new demand patterns. Foreman asked the furnace team for more silver when road crews grew. They asked for more gold when a large transfer approached. Notes traveled to the mint on small tablets with short marks. Sixth-size silver pieces met food and travel. Thirds and halves handled oil and timber. Whole gold staters fit large contracts without many stacks. The mint set trays overnight according to these requests. Bellows hissed with even strokes in the dark hours. Coastal exchange benefited from the split. Foreign pieces came by weight or by type. Changers posted local rates for gold and for silver. They counted out local pieces in fewer motions. Buyers saw sums rise by clear steps instead of mixed guesswork. Ship crews learned the board lines after one visit. A cup held the fee, a bowl took the count. Water lapped against stone at the quay. Ropes rubbed softly at the posts as evening cooled the air. Evidence supports this phase at Sardis and nearby towns. Gold and silver issues from this period cluster at steady weights. Many carry the lion and bull in bold lines. Reverse squares look regular and deep. Hoards show groupings by metal with cords and tags. Touchstones from the region hold bright white streaks beside deep yellow ones. Parting vessels and scorified clay link to high-temperature cycles. Dates fit the middle decades of the 6th century BCE. The objects fit a calm shift, not a sudden break. Training adjusted in small, practical ways. Heaters learned 2 heat ranges and counted steps between tray and die. Strikers learned to modulate force for gold and for silver. Inspectors memorized short die features for both series. Clerks kept 2 columns straight on boards and tablets. Storage staff placed jars by metal and unit, with labels outward. Guards learned opening rules that required 2 keys, as before. The rhythm stayed familiar. The room sounded like low bellows hiss and light coin clink. Households followed with simple changes on shelves. A jar held silver for daily needs. A smaller jar held gold for rare payments. Family balances checked savings by tens at quiet times. Counting boards kept columns straight in the lamplight. Cloth wraps kept types apart in storage baskets. When a trip began, pouches took the needed mix. Leather straps creaked as loads settled across belts. The path through gates and posts did not change. Tools recognized both metals without delay. In workshops, parting cycles became more regular and planned. Cementation beds mixed salt, crushed ceramic, and clay in measured portions. Thin electrum slices lay between layers inside lidded pots. Heat rose until walls glowed a quiet orange. After hours, workers cooled pots on bricks and lifted lids. The bed held silver salts for recovery. Rinsed slices moved to gold melt for ingots. Separate crucibles kept gold and silver apart at every step. The kiln breathed through vents with a low, steady rush at night. Striking rooms kept pace with steady tools. Gold blanks warmed on a tray set a little farther from the mouth. Silver blanks stood closer to hold an even heat. The die collar gripped without wobble. The hammer rose and fell in measured blows. A gauge plate checked edge thickness by a narrow slot. A small balance tested sample stacks on a wooden stand. Trays filled by unit and slid to the side. Coin edges touched wood with a dry, even sound. Administration remained the quiet frame around all these steps. Boards posted rates that matched metal types. Ledgers held short lines with plain words. Tags and seals carried the same signs as before with one addition. Audits crossed rooms on fixed days with few remarks. When a line changed, chalk wiped and returned in firm strokes. Doors opened and closed with soft thuds. Work moved in small motions that people knew well. The plan favored clarity and repeatable checks. Through these measured routines, separate gold and silver issues reduced doubt. The stamp still linked each piece to its source. Weight, design, and feel still worked together as proof. Now metal type joined the list in a simple way. Large payments counted faster. Daily payments stayed plain. Furnaces breathed at night. Lamps burned low over desks. In the morning, boards read the same as before, with one neat divide. Pieces moved by number, and rooms stayed calm. By the late 6th century BCE, Sardis used posted rules to guide the mint. Edicts fixed sizes, edge form, and small tolerances for weight. The rules did not read long. They used short, clear lines. Workers followed them through each season without much change. A secure room held master weights and sample pieces during the day. Two officials opened the door together and checked the list. Lamps burned low and even on wall brackets. The air felt cool and still behind thick stone. Master weights set the standard for every scale in the city. A cedar box held the stator weight and its fractions in fitted slots. Bronze faces were smooth and bore simple marks for reading. Each morning, an inspector lifted the set and tested the office balance. A chalk cross touched a flat reference stone when level came. Then market weights met the masterpiece in short order. Filing dust fell in a small tray if a corner needed trimming. The routine kept all beams in quiet agreement. Tolerances appeared as narrow bands rather than exact points. A coin passed if its weight sat within a small step of target. Its diameter fit a ring gauge, a round opening for quick checks. Its thickness passed a slotted plate that stopped errors. Edges showed light rounding without sharp burrs. A posted board near the die bench showed these limits in plain words. Workers used the gauges many times each hour. A soft scrape sounded when metal touched the ring. Blank making followed fixed rounds that reduced drift. Thin cakes cooled on level stone near the door. Strips cut from cakes met a length rule marked on a board. Clips made small squares that rounded into flans by light hammering. A slot gauge confirmed thickness before trays moved. 10 flans met a counterweight on the balance for quick checks. A clay tag tied the tray to a batch line on a tablet. The tag made a gentle click against wood when it settled. Heat cycles were written as steps rather than guesses. An edict line named how far from the mouth a tray should rest. Another line named how long a blank should warm before striking. Heaters counted in slow beats and kept distance by habit. Blanks arrived at the die with a pale orange that flowed well. If color slipped higher, the die face blurred and failed checks. If color slipped lower, the edge cracked under a blow. Bellows hissed with even strokes to hold the middle range. Die work matched posted targets for depth and hardness. The design sat shallow for life and clear reading after wear. Engravers filed lines, then stone polished the fields until smooth. A short heat and cool hardened the face when tools allowed. Each die carried a small mark that linked it to a board line. A test strike in soft metal showed outline, paw, and brow lines. If detail failed, the die returned to the bench without delay. Oil lamps gave steady light over the fine cuts. Striking used a brief checklist at the anvil. The placer centered the warm flan and tapped the punch once to seat. The striker landed one firm blow with the hammer head square. A second lighter tap followed only when edges needed fill. The punch lifted straight without twist to protect lines. The piece dropped to a tray and cooled in air, not water. A trimming shave removed any thin burr that failed the ring gauge. Coin on wood made a dry, even sound. In-process inspection kept trays on track before errors spread. Every 5th piece met the ring and the slot. Every 10th piece joined 9 others on the balance pan. A touchstone streak confirmed metal type by habit each hour. If 2 checks failed in a line, the foreman paused the run. The pause was short. A furnace distance change, a die turn, or a punch swap. Notes in wax were brief. Tray sign, step taken, and time. The stylus left shallow, clear grooves. Final inspection sampled each tray before storage. A clerk lifted 5 pieces at random and ran the ring and slot. Another clerk weighed 10 together and wrote the number. If all marks matched, the tray moved to the cool room. Jars there stood by unit, metal, and day. Clay tags faced outward with clear signs. Lids settled with dry knocks and stayed in place until issue. The room stayed quiet except for soft steps over stone. Secure rooms held more than weights. They stored the gauge plates, ring sets, and reference blanks. Access followed short rules posted beside the door. 2 keys opened the bar. 2 lines recorded the time. The inspector returned tools to the same pegs each evening. Dust stayed off knife edges and rings with a clean cloth. Lamp wicks trimmed low made small, steady flames. The quiet in the room helped eyes find small shifts and wear. Seasons asked for small edits to the posted method. Summer heat softened blanks faster, so trays stood farther from the mouth. Winter air cooled edges sooner, so time between furnace and die shortened. In wet weeks, charcoal held moisture and needed longer start time. Screens rose in windy days, so drafts did not sway pans. Notes about these shifts sat on a small sideboard. The words were brief and plain. Summer distance, winter beat, windscreen up. The plan stayed the same, with measured steps. Training followed the rules from first day to sign off. New heaters learned distance and color first, then the slow count. New placers learned center touch and punch seat. New strikers learned straight blows and light second taps. New clerks learned the ring, slot, and 10-piece way. Each new hand passed a small test at the end of week. The test used master gauges and reference blanks from the secure room. A scribe wrote, "Passed," with a short mark and date. City inspectors carried the method into lanes and posts. They brought a small balance and a masterpiece in padded slots. They set a reference stone on a sill and drew a pale cross. Shop weights met the master and were filed if edges had grown. Trays at stalls met the ring and slot in small samples. The scale beam settled slowly, then rested in balance for a moment. A reed stylus set a brief line on a wax tablet. The inspector lifted the kit and moved on. Edicts lived on boards that people could read at a glance. One board showed round units and sizes. One showed heat steps and die limits for the floor. Another showed sample counts for trays and stalls. Boards stood at eye height, with chalk lines refreshed each week. When a rule changed, a clerk wiped and drew again in steady strokes. The boards returned to their pegs and leaned quietly. Workers followed them with little talk, because motions were known. Market certification days matched palace practice without fuss. Stalls put balances on ledges and opened weight boxes. Inspectors touched each beam with a masterpiece. A chalk cross on a stall stone showed a pass. If a pan chain wore thin or twisted, the owner replaced it. If a touchstone face grew rough, the owner smoothed it on fine grit. Paper was not used. Wax and clay carried the record. A seal pressed on a small tag closed the check for the month. Handling pieces outside limits followed a clear path. Off-center, thin or heavy coins entered a reject jar. The jar traveled with a note to the mint for remelt. Weight returned as cakes marked for metal and day. The cakes re-entered blank, making under the same rules. Losses stayed low because checks were close to the work. The loop from reject to tray stayed short and quiet. Records paired the loss and the return on facing lines. Large payments used special checks that still read simple. A builder's tally in gold met 2 balances in sequence. First, tens met the counterweight. Next, the whole stack met a second beam. If both held, cords tied bundles at fixed knots. A clay tag showed the unit, metal, and contract sign. Bags moved to a cool room under guard. The same plan worked for silver at road posts. Counting lead, weighing confirmed. Tools and notes stayed plain. Evidence of rules appears in the tools themselves. Ring gauges and slotted plates survive in workshop layers. Master weights show smooth faces and steady marks. Balance knife edges show careful cleaning and reuse. Touchstones carry both bright and pale streaks in close bands. Clay tags bear short signs that match board lines. Dies with shallow faces show long life under firm blows. These objects suggest posted limits and practice checks, not guesswork. Records close the day with a few careful motions. A clerk read the morning line, then matched tray counts and jars. Boards tallied trays passed. Trays paused, and trays returned. The secure room received the master set and gauge plates. Keys turned, and the bar dropped into its slots. The chalk cross on the sill remained pale and neat. Lamps lowered to small points along the wall. The floor cooled, and sounds fell to a faint scrape of sandals. Across seasons, rules, and rounds held the mint to one pace. Heaters, placers, strikers, clerks, and inspectors shared the same steps. Boards said little, tools showed much, and scales settled with care. People learned the feel of a pass in the ring and the slot. They learned the look of level on the beam and the weight of tens. They learned the sound of a good stack sliding on smooth wood. The plan favored narrow bands and steady hands in every room. Through these simple measures, edicts and practice fixed size and edge. Tolerances stayed small and known, so coins matched one another well. Inspectors compared samples against master weights kept in secure rooms by day. When checks finished, balances stood still. The scale beam settled slowly, then rested in balance for a moment. Chalk on stone stayed pale. Wax lines cooled flat. Lids knocked dry. The mint and the markets ended the day under the same quiet rules. The engraving room in Sardis stood near, but apart from, the striking floor. Thick walls kept heat low and air still. Lamps hung on brackets and threw steady light across smooth benches. Tool racks held burins, small cutting tools for carving metal, chisels, and fine files. A shallow tray kept abrasives, sandstone crumbs, pumice, and charcoal dust. A small cedar box held approved dies and sample strikes. The wood gave off a faint, clean scent. A fine rasp whispered over metal near the box while work began. Die blanks started as short cylinders of tough iron, sometimes with a steeled face. The face softened first by annealing, heating metal to make it easier to cut. A small furnace warmed the ends until colors turned a dull red. The die cooled slowly under ash to keep softness even. The surface then met a flat stone for truing. When the stone felt smooth and level, the blank moved to the bench. The room stayed quiet except for light scraping, cloth wipes, and low tool clicks. Layout came before cutting. The engraver rubbed charcoal across the face and drew guide circles with a compass. A straight scribe marked a center line and simple reference points. The design stayed plane by plan. A lion brow, a nose ridge, and a jawline. Lines were bold, not crowded. Deep pockets were avoided because deep cuts failed early under blows. The guide marks looked dark but thin. A clean cloth lifted loose dust, so lines stayed clear under lamplight. Cutting moved from outline to relief in small, repeatable steps. A burin traced the main edge with short, firm pushes. A narrow chisel lifted metal from fields that would sit low. Files evened slopes until they felt regular to the fingertip. Abrasive dust on a stick softened ridges that caught light wrong. The engraver paused often to check with a magnifying mirror of polished bronze. No stroke hurried. The rasp whispered again near the cedar box as another face met a light touch. Trial impressions checked progress before hardening. A bit of soft lead or wax pressed over the face showed lines reversed. The impression went on a board with notes. brow higher, jaw cleaner, field smooth. A second pass lifted lines a little and trimmed corners that trapped grit. The design returned to its first idea, strong shapes that stayed readable after many strikes. The impression joined others in a row beside the cedar box. Each looked slightly better, never crowded. Hardening followed when the face reached plan. The die end heated again to a steady red. The worker watched color, not guesswork. The face then met a quench, cooling hot metal in water or oil to fix hardness. Tempering, a gentle reheat to reduce brittleness, followed for a moment. Colors moved through pale straw to light brown and stopped there. The change balanced strength against shock. A cloth dried the face. A stone felt for flatness at the rim to protect the collar. After hardening came polish and a controlled test. The face met fine powder on leather until fields showed a quiet, even glow. A test strike in soft metal showed real depths and edges. If a noseline looked flat, the burn returned lightly. If a field showed roughness, powder cleared it. The die then received a tiny workshop mark on the shank. The mark tied it to a tablet entry and a shelf place. The cedar box took approved dies until the striking room called. Dies wore in known ways during long shifts. High lines softened first. Corners of the jaw eased under heat and hammer. Shallow fields gathered fine scratches from grit. The foreman rotated the die in its collar every few trays to shareware. When details slipped under posted limits, the die returned to engraving. The bench received it with a tag that noted batch and hours. The engraver lifted lines by fractions and smoothed fields again. The rasp whispered, and dust tapped into a tray. Reverse tools also needed care. The punch face that made the incuse had squared cells. Cells deformed slowly at edges and asked for correction. A flat chisel reset walls with small strokes. A gauge pin checked depth at set points. The punch received the same heat cycle when corners peened over. Simple shapes lasted best because they spread force evenly. The goal was firm holding of the flan, not a picture on the reverse. Trays reached level more often when punches stayed square. Records tied metal faces to days and runs. A wax tablet listed die marks against tray signs and counts. Another line held the temper color used at hardening. Short remarks named fixes. Brow lifted, field leveled, cell reset. Clay tags on cord matched these marks so audits could follow where. When a die left service, it moved to a box for scrap and study. Deep cracks near the rim told of cold blanks. Smooth flattening along lines told of long, warm runs. Training built steady hands by repeating small motions. New workers practiced straight pushes with a dull burn on scrap. They learned to stop a cut without digging. They learned to file in one direction to keep flats true. They learned to keep abrasive dust away from pivots and collars. A short test asked them to cut 3 lines, one thick, one medium, one thin. Each line met a mirror and a soft lead impression. When lines sat clean and even, the worker joined real pieces under watch. Simple aids kept steps exact without fancy tools. A frame held the die shank, so the face sat level under the hand. A benchmark told the same height each time. A crude pantograph, rarely used, copied spacing of guide points from an older face. Most work still rested on eye and hand. A small wedge kept the burren at one angle for long strokes. The burren tips touched a wet stone often to hold a neat point. Cloths stayed dry and clean to protect fields. Season and air changed only a few details. In summer, lamps burned lower and further off to cut heat. Wax impressions softened too much, so lead served more often. In winter, hands warmed over a small brazier before fine passes. Damp days asked for more care with rust, so oil-touch tools in thin films. The cedar box helped here. Cedar resisted insects and damp. The box lid slid with a soft wooden sound. The room kept its calm pace while small adjustments held. Design choices returned to the same principle, clear lines at coin scale. A brow line could not be a thin thread. It needed width. A jaw could not be a deep trench. It needed shallow slope. Hair or mane marks stayed few and strong. Small dots or delicate curls dropped out under wear, so engravers left them out. They cut what people could read in low light and through handling. The test read was always the same. A quick glance, a light thumb rub, a short stack. Communication with the striking room stayed simple and regular. A runner carried trays of dies in padded slots and returned with notes. Second blow light, edges burred, ring catching were the kinds of short lines. The engraver read and answered with small changes. A slightly raised rim eased ring tests. A smoother field released hot blanks more cleanly. The day moved between benches in these brief exchanges. The corridor stayed quiet. The notes stayed short. Wear control also depended on blank heat and strike force. Cold blanks punished the die and chipped edges. Overhot blanks smeared fine detail and scalded fields. The engraver could not control heat, but could advise. A board near the door listed pale orange as the working color, not red. The same board reminded strikers to turn dies in the collar at set counts. When practice held, dies lived longer and kept faces true. The rules and the image supported each other. Tools took turns under care like any other part. Burins lost points and met the stone at once. Files clogged and cleaned with a brush and chalk. Rasp teeth wore and moved to rough work. The mirror needed wiping with a dry cloth only. The furnace that softened and hardened received its own checks: tuyere clear, charcoal dry, and lid true. A posted line named quench jars and asked for lids on after use. The room stayed safe, and the faces stayed sound. Evidence for this craft survives in fragments. Hardened die bits with shallow relief appear in finds around Sardis. Abrasive stones show rounded hollows from long rubbing. Soft lead trial pieces keep reversed faces in fine detail. Touchstones near engravers' benches carry pale and bright lines from test strikes. Cedar and tool marks do not last well, yet box fittings survive in metal. Together, these objects point to simple tools and patient work. The period sits in the late 7th to the 6th century BCE. The workflow linked many small checks rather than one large test. A mirror glance read lines. A lead press read fields. A heat color read hardness. A sample strike read both depth and release. A gauge pin read square cells on a punch. None took long, and none stood alone. The engraver moved from one to the next with slow hands. The rasp whispered. The file sang lightly, and dust tapped into the tray. Lamps held their steady circle of light over the bench. Approved dies returned to the cedar box and then to the anvil. The striking team seated the die and called for blanks. The face met blow after blow and gave clear marks. When the foreman sampled, the die mark tied back to the tablet line. If a fault appeared, the face returned along the same path. The engraver lifted lines again and smoothed fields again. The system did not blame, it repaired. The image stayed simple, the reading stayed fast, and trays moved. At day's end, the room closed in a few measured motions. Burrs brushed off benches into a sweep jar for metal recovery. Tools returned to pegs in the same order for morning. The furnace mouth cooled behind its brick door. The cedar box slid into a niche and took a bar across. A wax tablet lay with its edge sealed. The lamp wicks lowered to small points. Air settled, and stones felt cool under the hand. The faces on the bench waited without sound for the next calm shift. In the late 6th century BCE, new authority reached Sardis from the east. The city became a satrap center under Persian rule soon after conquest. Offices changed seals, yet many routines held the same shape. Scales, gauges, and chalked stones stood where workers knew them. Dies sat in labeled slots, and trays still slid on wood. Inspectors walked lanes with quiet steps and padded kits. Market boards kept round numbers in familiar units. People met new names on documents, not new motions at stalls. Early mornings in the palace showed this calm continuity. Corridors ran cool under stone roofs and shaded colonnades. Lamps burned small on brackets beside doorways. Sandaled footsteps sounded on cool stone corridors in the early hours. A storeroom door opened to reveal jars by unit and metal. 2 officials checked seals and lifted lids with dry knocks. A chalk cross appeared on the sill stone after the balance leveled. The day began with the same cross, the same tools, and the same pace. The mint answered new signs with known methods. A die now showed an archer figure in clear, strong lines. The reverse kept a deep, square incuse from the punch. Gold and silver series followed posted weights and limits. The hammer landed one firm blow, then a lighter tap when needed. Trays filled by 10s and 50s, then moved to cool shelves. Touchstone streaks read deep yellow or bright white in brief checks. Wax tablets caught counts and marks in short, clean strokes. Gold issues traveled under a new name in many places. The gold piece held steady mass and clear relief for fast reading. Silver pieces of matching logic moved beside it for wages and fees. The split copied the earlier plan: large sums in gold, daily needs in silver. Officials posted a simple relation between the two metals. Changers kept a board and a balance for rare conversions. Counting still came first. Weighing helped when doubt rose. The day favored number over long talk. The royal road tied Sardis to inland centers with relay posts. Fresh animals, water, and guards stood ready at fixed points. Fees stayed in round units so riders moved without delay. Gate staff counted 10s into cups and poured into bowls. A clerk traced a short line on a wax tablet and closed the lid. Coins sounded light and dry on wooden trays behind the ledge. Inspections followed the same route on quiet days. Tools answered questions, not raised voices. Workshops near the mint kept metal flows separate and clean. Gold slices and silver bars sat on different shelves with clear tags. Cementation pots and cupels served when mixed stock returned. Heaters watched color at the furnace mouth and counted steps. The kiln breathed through vents with a low, steady rush at night. A gauge plate checked edge thickness in narrow slots. A ring passed diameters in one smooth motion. Records paired batches to die marks for later reading. Taxes entered the satrap's store in counted bundles each week. Bags tied at fixed knots carried clay tags with brief signs. Jars stood by unit on marked shelves in cool rooms. A ledger tablet matched intake and issue in 2 columns. Wages left for guards, runners, builders, and stable teams. Large transfers left in gold with short checks at 2 beams. Seals pressed into clay beside knots held the path. The chest for tablets closed with a soft scrape and rested under a bar. Coastal markets also kept the habit under the new rule. Wharves posted berth and crane fees in simple lines. A changer tested foreign pieces on a balance and a touchstone. If the streak matched, a board line set the local total. If not, weighed metal moved to a separate tray. Harbor water lapped against stone in steady notes below the ledge. Ropes rubbed softly near the posts. The work used the same motions as inland rooms with sea air and steady waves. Shrines and local offices did not rewrite the day. Offering boxes filled in 10s and 50s and emptied on a board. A reed stylus scratched clear marks on wax by the door. Jars for small change sat low. Jars for larger units sat higher. Lamps near the desk burned low and even without smoke. Oil and bread costs returned as brief lines and small seals. When inspectors visited, a master weight leveled the pan. The chalk cross appeared on a nearby stone and stayed pale. Inspectors kept master sets in secure rooms as before. Cedar boxes held standard gold and silver pieces in fitted slots. Bronze and stone weights rested beside them with smooth faces. Each morning, the balance met the master and settled. A pale cross marked the sill stone to show the pass. Lanes saw the same kit later in the day. Stalls opened weight boxes and replaced worn chains or hooks. The beams settled slowly, then rested in balance for a moment. Notes in wax remained short and steady. Army pay followed the same counting logic with larger bowls. Paymasters grouped 50s and 100s with quick, practiced motions. A second clerk weighed sample stacks against a reference. Bags tied at 2 knots moved under guard to marching courts. Quartermasters used silver for grain, fodder, and leather. Engineers received gold for tools and contracted work. Each path left a clear tag and a brief line. The sound stayed light. Bowl taps, cord pulls, and shallow coin clinks. The stamped idea traveled beyond the former borders in these decades. Nearby cities and islands set their own faces and weights. Many kept strong lines and shallow relief for long die life. Some used gold on occasion for high sums or special issues. The habit stayed the same: a mark, a unit, and a feel. People touched edges, saw relief, and watched the beam. Counting boards, touchstones, and gauges answered doubts. The logic reached far because the motions stayed simple. Evidence from this later phase rests in scattered finds. Archer types in gold and silver sit near steady weights. Reverse incuses stay square and deep across many runs. Hoards show bundles tied with cord and sealed tags. Lead weights with smooth marks match master sets. Touchstones hold bright white lines beside deep yellow streaks. Counting boards appear with worn grooves in port and inland rooms. Dates point to the later 6th century and the next 2 centuries. Objects show quiet work more than sudden change. Communication between offices remained short and plain. Requests for certain sizes traveled on small tablets each week. 6th size silver supported road crews and posts. 3rds and halves handled oil, timber, and rope. Whole gold pieces met high fees and large stores. The mint replied with trays and tags that matched the request. Reject jars returned bent or off-center pieces for remelt. The circle stayed short between furnace, die, store, and road. Records linked every pass with brief marks. Design rooms kept their careful, simple craft under new signs. Engravers cut bold lines for the archer so it read at a glance. Fields stayed smooth and shallow for long life under blows. Hardening watched color and time closely, then cooled to safe temper. A test strike on soft metal checked paw, bow, and border. A tiny mark on the shank matched a tablet line. Approved dies slid into a cedar box and waited on a padded shelf. The room sounded like fine rasp whispers and cloth wipes. Local markets met the coins as ordinary things by this time. Bakers priced loaves in small silver by posted line. Oil sellers moved 3rds and halves by jug and season. Carters counted fees at gates with cups and bowls. Repairs used gold rarely, and only with double weighing. Touchstones read lines when color looked uncertain at dusk. Boards leaned still against pegs after small edits. People learned the motion sequence and kept it, day after day. Even with new rule, the city's feel stayed familiar in small ways. Morning air moved along shaded walks and into cool rooms. Sandals passed between doors and courtyards at an even pace. Lamps lifted and settled with low wicks in windows. Bellows hissed beyond one wall as blank trays warmed. The balance pointer hung straight over its base near the sill. A reed stylus left shallow grooves in wax and then rested. The work held steady until noon and after. Audits across districts followed a quiet circuit each month. Inspectors sampled jars in storerooms and weighed tens together. The master set crossed rooms in its padded cedar box. Reference stones received pale crosses and then stayed unused. When a note needed change, a clerk wiped and wrote again. When a chain wore thin, a new chain replaced it at once. Doors opened and closed with soft thuds. The same tools matched the same signs in many places. By these measured paths, coin use continued under Persian rulers. The mark still linked a piece to a guarantor through weight and feel. Boards still showed round numbers, and gauges still ruled edges. Roads, gates, shrines, and wharves kept their calm exchange. Later, gold issues elsewhere still echoed the logic of stamped value widely. The habit spread because motions stayed short and sure. Sandaled footsteps sounded on cool stone corridors in the early hours. Lamps burned low, balances leveled, and trays slid softly on wood. Across the 6th and 5th centuries BCE, households near Sardis saved coin at home. Storage stayed simple: a jar on a shelf, a cloth bundle in a chest, or a small pot under packed earth. The stater sat near 14 grams, about half an ounce in modern terms. Fractions served food, fuel, and fare. So many bundles mixed sizes. Counting came first, and weighing followed only when doubt rose. Lamps burned low while lids settled with dry knocks against clay. Air felt still and faintly cool along plastered walls. Containers matched ordinary vessels already in use. Small jars with narrow mouths limited quick spills and slowed curious hands. Bowls inverted over jar mouths worked as plain lids. A flat sherd or smooth stone sometimes covered a mouth with clay around it. Cloth bundles tied at 2 knots fit inside jars to divide types. Cords rested under a seal impression, a pressed mark in clay, when families wanted proof of opening. Earthen shelves carried these jars beside grain, oil, and salt. Everything sat within easy reach of daily rooms. House floors used packed earth over small stones, so small pits were easy. People likely lifted a board, scraped a shallow socket, and set a jar within. Sand and earth pressed around the sides held it firmly. A stone or fired sherd closed the mouth, and the surface leveled again. Ash from the hearth sometimes brushed across to blend the patch. Dry earth smelled faintly of dust when lids shifted in the dark. The space returned to stillness, and the room resumed ordinary sounds. Counting and bundling stayed close to market habits. A small board with shallow grooves gathered 10s and 50s. Halves, thirds, and sixths stacked into short columns without lean. A reed stylus scratched brief notes on a wax tablet. 2 10s, 150, 6 sixths. The tablet then rested inside a chest with a soft scrape. Bundles moved into jars with clay tags that named the jar and the day. The routine reduced later guessing and kept motion quiet and short. Burying coin under floors was not a spectacle. It was a task. A jar held a fixed group, and the place remained small and known. Scholars suggest pits formed near thresholds, hearth foundations, or corner posts. These spots felt solid underfoot and hid gentle changes in ground. A smoothed patch made the room look unchanged. Dogs and children crossed the space without noticing. In low lamplight, the line of packed earth read as one surface. Later counting returned to the board on the shelf. Some families kept a share in plain sight to ease daily needs. A jar of 6 stayed by the door for bread and oil. Another jar of halves paid fuel and repairs. A smaller pouch of staters rested within a chest for rare purchases. When travel began before dawn, the pouch moved to a belt. Leather straps creaked softly as the load settled. Home jars remained untouched until later. The division reduced sudden searches and kept small rooms in order. A hoard, a hidden group of coins kept together, formed by simple habit. Wages entered as tens, then joined earlier tens beneath the floor. Gifts or rents added a few halves or a third. When the amount seemed enough, a clay cap settled over the mouth. The room then returned to routine meals, repair work, and rest. No single moment fixed the hoard. Quiet additions did. When houses changed hands, small groups remained undisturbed for years. New floors sometimes rose over old rooms, and jars stayed below. Evidence across western Anatolia supports this picture. Excavations at houses and shops reveal small jars under packed earth. Some jars contain mixed electrum, silver, or later gold types. Weights cluster near local units, with staters and known fractions well represented. Jar mouths show clay collars and lid marks from repeated openings. Touchstones and small weights sometimes rest beside the jar. Their presence suggests private checks before saving. Layers close with floor renewals rather than signs of struggle. The mix inside hidden groups teaches daily priorities. Many hoards hold far more fractions than large pieces. 6-size silver or small electrum appears often beside a few halves. Whole staters are fewer, placed near the base or wrapped in cloth. Wear on faces varies. Some pieces look fresh from trays, others show rubbed relief. The variety hints at long, gentle saving rather than one day's storage. A simple aim-guided selection, useful sums that matched posted prices nearby. Retrieval followed the same plain steps, sometimes after months or years. A board lifted, and a thin layer of earth moved aside. The lid shifted with a faint grit against clay. Dry air from the jar rose with a light dust scent. The bundle's cords tightened slightly from old twists. Coins touched the counting board and made light, dry clinks. A few went to market. A few returned with additions. The patch smoothed once more, and the lampwick lowered. House records, when kept, stayed modest and direct. A wax tablet line named a jar, a sum, and a day. Some households used clay tags with short marks on cord ties. The marks matched lines on a shelf shard that served as a map. Others worked from memory and from the feel of counted stacks. In all cases, tools were simple and motions were brief. The point was clarity when hands returned later. Quiet checks kept loss low and kept rooms restful. Security relied on being unremarkable rather than strong. A movable stone sat near the jar, looking like part of the floor. A lid sherd matched the room's old pottery and did not stand out. The patch blended with the season's sweep ash, or compacted dust. A chest over the spot held textiles or tools, not locks. When a jar stood on a shelf, other jars stood beside it, with plain tags outward. Anyone passing saw food, oil, and common goods before any bundle. Small finds explain losses and stays. When houses changed hands, sellers sometimes left with only what they recalled. A distant relative might miss one jar under a new layer. A landlord might raise a floor without lifting every corner. Earthquakes and fires made rooms shift and markers lost place. Years later, new walls stood over old rooms. Beneath them, jars stayed sealed under smooth earth. Coins kept their light, dry surfaces. Clay caps held firm around narrow mouths. Materials around jars speak in quiet ways. Cloth liners decay, but cords leave impressions in clay. Wooden lids rot, but a round shadow remains against the mouth. Reed stylus notes vanish, yet tablet frames leave ash and clay crumbs. Touchstones keep pale streaks from electrum and bright streaks from silver. A small weight, smooth and dense, rests where hands left it. Together, these traces match the saving steps already seen in market and shrine rooms. The habit continued under Persian and later local authorities. House plans kept packed earth or stone floors with familiar corners. Shelves and chests stood in the same simple places. Boards for counting used the same shallow grooves for tins. Units stayed round and posted. Coins kept shallow relief for long use. The logic of stamped value met the logic of home storage without strain. People saved by number and size, not by description. Rooms held the same tools day after day. Saving also matched life cycles inside families. A worker's pay filled a jar row by row each month. A dowry assembled in cloth bundles tied with fixed knots. A rent share remained sealed until the date on a market board. Gifts for shrines or kin sat ready in small fractions. Each group had a tag or note and a place. When the moment came, a lid shifted and the bundle moved. Lids returned. Earth settled. The room regained its clean lines. A few hidden groups traveled with their owners. Pouches under belts or within carts carried selected tens. The rest stayed under floors until return. When travel lasted long, a neighbor kept a jar with a simple seal. The seal showed a mark, not a sentence. When owners came back, the cord broke cleanly, and the count resumed. The balance pointer in the house stood straight over its base. The same tools that served markets served private rooms. Museums today display jars and coins from such settings. Narrow mouths, clay collars, and matched lids repeat across cases. Coins cluster by local units with familiar types and clean edges. Some show light incrustation from dry soil. Others keep bright surfaces. Labels name places in western Anatolia and nearby coasts. Dates group around the 6th and 5th centuries BCE and later. Visitors meet small, quiet artifacts that once sat under everyday floors. The objects speak to routine more than to events. Through all these measured steps, saving remained an ordinary craft. People stored earnings in jars or cloth, sometimes beneath floors. When houses changed hands, small groups sometimes stayed, sealed and quiet. Counting boards, cords, and tags kept the memory of sums. Dry earth smelled faintly of dust when lids shifted in the dark. After, the surface smoothed, the lamp lowered, and rooms grew still. The habit joined market order with home calm in one simple practice across years. Museum galleries on several continents display early staters from western Anatolia. Cases stand at a comfortable height with low, even light above them. Labels give short lines with place, date, and metal. Guards walk slowly, and steps sound faint on stone. Air handlers keep temperature near one steady point and humidity in a narrow band. The glass looks clean without glare or harsh reflection. Gallery air felt cool, and the room carried a soft hush throughout. Visitors move past in slow paths, and the cases remain still. The coins themselves are small, bright, and thick for their size. Many are electrum, a natural mix of gold and silver. Some later pieces are pure gold or pure silver from the mid-6th century. A common weight is the stater near 14 grams, about half an ounce. Fractions are smaller and sit near known steps. Faces show clear, shallow relief cut to survive long use. Reverses carry sunken squares from punches used during striking. Surfaces reflect low light in a quiet way. Marks from the mint are plain to see under glass. Obverse designs often show a lion, a bull, or strong abstract forms. Lines are bold and not crowded, since deep cuts broke early. Reverse sides display one square or several, joined squares where the punch held the flan. Off-center strikes appear where a warm blank shifted by a fraction. Double strikes appear where a second blow landed after a small move. Tiny edge splits show cold metal or heavy force. Gentle wear rounds high points from daily handling. Some pieces include test nicks from ancient checks. A very small notch at the rim shows inner metal when color raised out. Touchstone streaks do not remain on coins, but the habit explains the nick. Bankers' countermarks appear on a few later pieces as small impressions. Die cracks sometimes run across a brow or jaw where tools aged. None of these marks erase core features. Instead, they confirm that the coin worked in markets and stores. The past leaves quiet signs rather than large damage. Labels in the cases follow a clear order so eyes do not strain. A line names the region, such as Western Anatolia, with a date range. A second line lists metal and weight in grams. A third line names the unit and notes the reverse incuse. Some labels give find information, such as from a hoard near a town site. Accession numbers link each piece to deeper records. The font is plain and moderate in size. Short maps or simple drawings appear nearby when helpful. Behind gallery walls, storage rooms hold larger parts of each collection. Coin cabinets use shallow drawers lined with inert foam. Each tray has numbered wells so a coin cannot roll. Jars with silica gel hold humidity steady. Lights stay off unless a person enters. Doors have seals that close with a soft pull. The air is cool and smells faintly clean. Staff carry pieces in small padded boats that fit the hand. Tools rest on benches with soft tops to prevent scratching. Handling follows quiet rules that protect surfaces. Staff wear clean cotton or nitrile gloves and hold coins by the edge. A scale reads weight to a tiny fraction of a gram. A caliper notes diameter at the widest point. A small tool measures thickness and notes the reading once. The die axis, the angle between front and back when the coin stands upright, is checked like a clock. Each number enters a log with the accession code. The process uses few words and steady hands. Photography keeps a faithful record for study and for books. A camera with a macro lens sits above a sturdy copy stand. Light comes from two lamps at low angles to reveal shallow relief. A gray card sets neutral color for metals that vary in tone. Some teams use reflectance transformation imaging, RTI, a method that mixes many light angles to bring out fine lines. Files store front, back, and edge views. Images gain short names that match the log. The room stays dim except for the two lamps. Printed catalogs remain the backbone of many studies. Entries list weight, diameter, die axis, metal, and a brief description. Obverse, lion head left. Reverse, irregular square incuse, is a common line. A plate number points to a photograph printed on a glossy sheet. Notes cite earlier volumes where the same die appeared. Provenance lines record where the piece came from and when. The paper is thick and the type is calm and even. Page turns leave a soft paper rustle in quiet stacks. Digital catalogs extend this careful habit across distances. Records include the same fields as the books, plus large images. Search tools gather coins by weight, style, or region. Scholars link die matches across many collections with shared tags. Updates note new readings, better photographs, or refined dates. Access rules follow donor terms and local law. Screens give steady white light in small reading rooms. The work of reading and linking remains unhurried. Results travel back into printed updates later. Die studies connect pieces that share the same engraved tool. A die match shows identical details in small spots, such as eye shape or line breaks. Networks of matches reveal how many dies worked in one period. Counts give rough ideas of mint output when combined with wear. Some lines end where a die cracked and left a mark on all later strikes. Charts of these lines form quiet maps of production. The method uses close-looking and repeatable notes. It turns small marks into clear sequences. Metal analysis supports these readings with composition data. X-ray fluorescence, XRF, a non-destructive test of surface elements, reads gold and silver levels. Results confirm electrum ranges in early issues and near-pure metals in later ones. Trace copper appears in small amounts and varies by batch. Analysts note that surface readings can differ from the core. Even so, groups cluster in patterns that match known phases. The test leaves no visible change on the piece. Readings enter logs beside weights and images, and conservation keeps coins stable without heavy treatment. Staff remove loose soil with a wooden pick under a lens. Soft brushes lift dust from fields and lines. No polishing takes place, since shine erases small details. If salts appear on silver, a controlled rinse may follow. Gold rarely needs more than dry care. Storage favors stable air at round targets, often near half humidity. Supports avoid plastics that release gas. Boxes close with a gentle click, and shelves carry clear labels. Provenance records matter for context and ethics. Logs track when and how a coin entered a collection. Some came from early digs with field notes. Others came from private hands with older papers. Hoard groups sometimes stayed together in one drawer. A card notes the jar, the layer, and nearby finds. These links let scholars study circulation routes and storage habits. Good records also protect against theft and fraud. The sound here is pen on card and a drawer sliding lightly. Exhibition design speaks in low tones so objects stand out. Light levels stay modest to protect sensitive materials nearby. Wall text uses short sentences and round dates that orient rather than persuade. A map shows Sardis in western Anatolia with one marked road line. A small video, kept silent or very quiet, shows a strike on a blank. Visitors see a die, a punch, and an anvil in simple motion. The clip is short and loops without flash. The case lights return to steady white. Study rooms give slow, careful time to each piece. A padded tray holds one coin on a neutral card. A lens with gentle magnification reveals shallow scratches, die chips, and filing at edges. A balance confirms the old log entry. A caliper repeats diameter and finds the same number. Notes update the catalog when needed. The room remains cool. Shelves stand in simple rows. The door closes with a soft sound, and the work continues. The coins in cases carry signs of their earlier lives. A small flat at the rim shows where a trimmer shaved a burr. A slight oval shape tells of a blank that spread more in one direction. A shallow cut near the edge points to a test made long ago. A faint line across a brow marks a die crack late in service. None of these remove the design. They speak to the steps described earlier: heat, strike, trim, test, and use. Each object holds that quiet record. Regional variety appears within a steady frame. Western Anatolia shows electrum with bold faces and deep reverse squares. Nearby cities later struck silver with local symbols and short legends. Weight standards vary by place, yet stay close to round targets. Catalogs group by region and by unit, so patterns stand out. Side-by-side plates help a reader see both range and order. Differences do not disturb the core logic. A mark, a weight, and a feel still guide recognition. Numbers in catalogs remain simple and useful over time. Weights in grams sit in narrow bands around the plan. Diameters group around short steps that match gauge rings. Die axes cluster near common settings that shops preferred. Counts of known dies give round estimates of output. References point to earlier lists and to hoard reports. The style stays the same from volume to volume. Calm tables with clear headings make later work easy. Hoard reports bridge private saving and public display. A report lists place, layer, and number of coins by type. Weights and metals appear in brief lines. Sometimes a jar survives with a collar of clay still intact. Sometimes only a cluster of coins marks the spot. The group often mixes well-worn pieces with sharp ones. This fits a slow saving habit rather than a single day's sweep. Catalogs copy these lines so anyone can find them. The paper feels firm and the ink reads dark. Education materials often include simple replicas for teaching. Cast copies in base metal allow safe handling in classrooms. They match weight and size within small margins. Students see a die face, a reverse square, and rounded wear. Labels lead the eye to features like off-center strikes. A pamphlet uses plain words and short dates. The tone remains quiet and descriptive. After the session, replicas return to a box with a soft knock of the lid. The real pieces stay in cases and drawers. The journey from river sand to printed plate travels through many rooms. Workers once washed electrum in shallow trays with steady hands. Mint teams struck blanks on an anvil with firm, square blows. Traders counted stacks into wooden cups and bowls. Households saved tens under floors in small jars. Today, curators log weights, take images, and set light to safe levels. Catalogers write lines that match across decades. The pace changed, but the steps remain careful and calm. These survivals connect quiet work across long time. Early staters and their fractions still show punches, cracks, and wear. Cases hold them at steady light and steady air. Catalogs record their measures in short, exact lines. Study rooms keep them safe, while minds compare and link them. The same focus on weight, design, and feel guides every check. Gallery air felt cool, and the hush remained across the floor. The pieces rest, and the pages wait, ready for the next steady look. Sardis stood in western Anatolia between about 630 and 550 BCE. The Pactolus ran nearby with steady water and pale sand. Workshops lined lanes within the walls and near the river road. Fire, clay, and stone shaped many simple rooms for metalwork. People moved by regular paths from gate to stall and back. Counting boards, small balances, and narrow-mouthed jars stood ready. The air changed slowly with the light. River hush sounded beyond the walls through most days and nights. The river carried electrum, a natural mix of gold and silver. Workers washed sand in shallow trays and watched bright flecks appear. They lifted grains with wet fingers and small woven scoops. The flow moved past while trays rocked with even strokes. A sieve held larger grit and let fine dust fall away. The best pans stayed at one depth where eddies gathered metal. Hands learned the look of heavy grains and the feel of smooth sand. Cool water slid over gravel with a steady, calming rush. Before stamps, traders measured value by weight alone. A small balance held a beam, 2 pans, and 1 pointer. Stones with marks served as weights beside strips and bars of metal. Buyers cut and filed pieces until pans matched the goal. Brass pans clicked softly, then hung still when level came. Bargains took time because every lot asked for checks. Floors showed fine filings swept into jars for later melt. The work was careful and repeatable, yet slow for busy lanes. To shorten that time, officials promoted a standard unit. The stater sat near 14 grams, about half an ounce in modern terms. Fractions in halves, thirds, sixths, and twelfths matched daily prices. Chalk dust marked reference stones on a shelf nearby. Counting now led, and weighing followed as a quick test. The change favored round numbers and short motions. Jars received labels with clear signs for each size. People learned the steps by watching trays fill and boards line up. Mint rooms made the new pieces by steady sequence. A die held the image on the lower anvil. A punch sat above and formed a square incuse on the back. Heated blanks, called flans, reached a pale orange by the furnace mouth. Tongs set 1 flan on the die, and the punch seated it. A hammer landed 1 firm blow, then a lighter second if edges needed fill. The piece dropped to wood and cooled in air. A steady hammer thud filled the mint like a quiet heartbeat. Under all yachts, royal issues showed a lion in bold lines. The mark worked as a badge that linked metal to a guarantor. It told stalls and offices that weight and type met plan. Inspectors learned small features of each die family. A brow line or a jaw slope guided quick reading in low light. Warm metal smelled faintly sweet after striking. Pieces moved to trays by 10s and 50s, then to cool shelves. The image remained simple, so lines stayed legible after long use. Small change kept daily life smooth in markets and posts. Fractions paid for bread, lamp oil, cord, and short travel. Counting boards with shallow grooves grouped tens quickly. Coins tinkled into wooden trays with a dry, light sound. Shopkeepers kept floats in pouches with narrow dividers. A tiny touchstone stayed wrapped for rare tests. Scales remained nearby for mixed lots. The habit favored counting first and weighing only when doubt rose. Prices on boards used round amounts that matched the trays. Roads carried the habit from gate to gate. Caravan drivers paid posted fees at bridges and ferries. Keepers used cups and bowls for quick groups of tens. A small balance checked samples with a master weight. Leather straps creaked as pouches settled against belts in the early morning. Animals drank at troughs, while clerks marked lines on wax. The same units appeared again at the next post. The path felt shorter when boards and tools matched across places. Shrines learned the same steps for offerings and needs. An offering box fed trays that formed 10s and 50s. A reed stylus scratched gently across a waxed board at the desk. Jars by unit stood low for daily lamp oil and bread. Clay tags named size, day, and use in brief signs. A small balance served rare-weighed gifts placed beside coin. Guards and sweepers received pay in counted pieces from labeled bags. Lamps burned low and even under steady care. In palace rooms, the system scaled without strain. Taxes arrived as tied bundles that matched posted plans. Scribes grouped pieces by unit to speed distribution and audits each month. Stacks slid softly across a smooth table in the quiet side room. Jars for whole pieces stood high. Jars for fractions stood low. Master weights rested in a cedar box in a secure room. Inspectors sampled by tens and wrote short lines on wax. Doors closed with soft thuds when checks were done. People trusted the stamped piece because three signs agreed. Weight met a known unit on a clean, level beam. Design matched a die family already seen in many rooms. Feel confirmed even edge and shallow relief in the hand. A touchstone streak settled color when light ran low. The guarantor's promise lived inside routine. Dies marked on tablets, trays tagged with clay, and audits recorded. Thumbs rubbed shallow relief until it felt right in the palm again. Proof came from tools, not from talk. From the inland capital, the habit reached the coast. Harbor towns matched weights, so visitors met no surprise. Changers tested foreign pieces by balance and touchstone. Rate boards listed simple relations for quick counting. Wharf crews read fees in halves, thirds, and sixths. Ropes rubbed softly against posts while water lapped against stone. Warehouses used jars and tags like inland stores. Goods crossed from cart to deck as the same units moved with them. Around the mid-6th century, Croesus likely separated metals. Gold and silver issues stood apart from earlier electrum. Parting in sealed pots and cupels reduced mixture and doubt. Clear metal types helped large payments finish in fewer stacks. Boards showed round relations between gold and silver units. Mint rooms kept two streams with trays and tags. Kiln heat breathed through vents with a low, steady rush at night. The plan stayed simple. Count first, then weigh select samples. By the late 6th century, edicts and practice fixed narrow bands. Ring gauges checked diameters. Slotted plates checked thickness. Tolerances allowed small drift, but not large errors. Secure rooms held master weights for the day's first tests. A scale beam settled slowly, then rested in balance for a moment. Foreman paused runs when samples fell outside limits. Reject jars sent bent or thin pieces to remelt. The loop from furnace to tray remained short and calm. Engravers kept designs clear for long service under blows. A burin cut bold lines, abrasives smooth fields for clean release. Trial presses in soft metal showed detail before hardening. A tiny mark on the shank tied each die to a tablet line. A fine rasp whispered over metal near a small cedar box nearby. After use, faces returned for light lifts and field repairs. Simple images survived heat, force, and time because lines stayed strong. Reading stayed fast on the floor and in the lane. When Persian rulers took the city, coin use continued. New types appeared, yet rooms and motions stayed familiar. Gold handled larger transfers. Silver handled wages and fees. The royal road linked posts with steady boards and balances. Inspectors carried master sets in padded slots. Sandaled footsteps sounded on cool stone corridors in the early hours. The habit held across changes because tools were plain and steps were short. Counting still led, and weighing followed when needed. Families saved the same units in quiet rooms. Jars or cloth bundles sat on shelves or under packed floors. Boards gathered 10s and 50s before lids closed. Dry earth smelled faintly of dust when lids shifted in the dark. Some jars remained through ownership changes and new walls. Later, cases and catalogs kept many survivors at steady air and light. The pieces still showed punches, cracks, and gentle wear from daily use. Records held their numbers in calm, repeatable lines. Across these rooms, one idea joined river sand to gallery case. Stamped metal at Sardis turned weighed metal into counted money. Marks and weight made proof across stalls, posts, shrines, and stores. Dies, gauges, and master weights kept narrow bands in reach. Boards favored round numbers that matched trays and jars. Roads and keys learned the same plan for quiet exchange. The habit moved by small motions that people could learn and keep. The city and its neighbors lived within that steady frame,